The sitting is resumed. Senator Ranford.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and fellow members of the Senate and Barbadians obviously watching online or listening wherever they are. I wish to first give thanks for seeing another day above ground. The teachings that have bestowed upon me through our lovely education system, and since it's become a common practice in this new space that I am, I would like to highlight that came through the St. Gabriel's Primary School, the St. Michael's Secondary School. Thank you. As well as the communities I have had the blessings to be raised in: Society St. John, Dover Christchurch, and Chancery Lane Christchurch, as well as the sports that I have had immense pleasure learning discipline, fun, and leadership. Taught to me especially through swimming, water polo, and football. Now I am in another phase of my life as I have journeyed from internship and now focusing on ownership. As I believe we all aim for a better life through creating pathways to generational wealth. Wealth isn't always only financial, but knowledge, experience, and kindness of one's heart, of which you give back to your community and others. And I start with this preamble because I believe it is important that we look at where we have come from, where we are, and where we wish to go. Especially as I review the estimates presentations on the Appropriations Bill, and I am often reminded by those before me, you were selected for your skill set. So speak to areas that you know, and don't try to be that guy who speaks to areas that they're not knowledgeable on. I also am very aware that it is common occurrence because we have a population of just over 275,000, that 99% of us probably have never been taught the contents of the Constitution, nor have an interest in learning it, nor do we understand civic duty. We have the loudest voices of negativity to the actions of a government or opposition, and the quietest voices of support in private towards driving our country and people forward. This also happens in the private sector, and I know this oh so well. I digress, as today is more about the Appropriations Bill than anything else, Mr. President. However, I feel as though the preamble is appropriate as we look at this bill, and in my case, I speak towards 4 main points today while addressing 1 or 2 other points raised yesterday in the chamber by some of our lovely senators. You are also another one as well, so don't worry. I get in the hang of this now. The 4 main points for me are around education and youth development, sports, tourism, and crime. Mr. President and colleagues, education is an area that I don't think any government should ever close their eyes and not take seriously. We have seen the degrading of our population in terms of their mental capacity to resolve conflict, to become entrepreneurs or leaders in their communities, because we have not evolved our education system fast enough. We are seeing efforts of the government of today to do such, and it is an area that has my interest, as this impacts other sectors and society in general. Education is one of the largest mentioned spend areas in the estimates in the budget. Of over 10 to 12% of the budget is reflecting a human capital development strategy aligned with digital transformation and workforce readiness. It's structured in a way of investment that is broken down around the core education for primary and secondary education systems, assisting with the private school system, as well as special education and at-risk youth institutions. Support for some of these institutions, such as UE, BCC, SJPP, TVET, as well as some of the transformation initiatives outlined: schools digital technologies program, robotics program, Skills for the Future initiative, and one that I speak often at our association, is language expansion, especially with Spanish and French. Strengths for me, reading this document, is future workforce competitiveness coming out of our education system. Having a balanced approach between academic and technical education, as well as the integration between innovation and economic diversification. However, just as there are positives, there are areas of concern. Mr. President, I do have a few areas to mention, as I will caution the government of today and any other future governments, that as we do with every dream and every plan, we must focus on the implementation capacity, technology adoption, teacher training, as well as potential mismatch between training and labor market demands. And I'm coming from the tourism industry and I know this very well. As well as the high recurrent cost burden, especially with the maintenance and upgrades of our institutions, as we have seen time and time again, the challenges that are faced with reopening schools or having to close them. I live in a parish where 2 of our primary schools are now closed. Society Primary School, which I understand is under the Queen's Medical College, if I have the name correct, as well as St. John Primary School. And it's not to leave closed forever. We can do different things for people in the community there with those closed schools, like how we have plans for the convent with the Great and Sealy School. I'm highly recommended that as much as it is a need, we must pilot some areas in batches and then amp up through the years rather than try every idea at once and we don't hit the key targets as intended. Our country and our people must be enabled with opportunities to adapt to the changing demands of the workforce, the new digital skills that are required for the ever-evolving world, and also place a heavy emphasis on financial literacy, as that is the true gateway for generational wealth, and it should be a key focus for our long-term economic transformation. Touching on an area that I have spent over 30 years enjoying, sports. And it's always an area that is always going to be up for a lot of discussion, as many of us in the room would have had the opportunity to participate in sports, whether going as a supporter or athlete or coach at the National Stadium. And now we're seeing those efforts for not just that, but for other stadiums alike. Sport plays a strategic social and developmental role, particularly in youth engagement and national identity. Entities such as the National Sports Council, Sports Development Unit, the Kensington Oval Management Inc., they have some strategic priorities ahead of them coming out from what I'm seeing in these estimates. Youth engagement and social development is crucial, as sport is a tool for crime prevention and community cohesion. And it is also a tool that can be used to impose discipline, structure, and desire. While we are on sport, we must also look on the infrastructure in order for them and those athletes to become a success. Looking at elite performance and infrastructure development, it also calls for the maintenance and management of national facilities. That will help support for the competitive nature of athletes as well as the sport in itself. And of course, there's always a lot of talk about diversifying from sun, sea, and sand. And I'll get to that a little bit later. But national branding, leveraging the sports for international visibility and tourism spillover. International visibility brings opportunities for the ones that are in the technical side, the ones that are coaching day to day, as well as the athletes that are trying to get off to college, semi-pro, or professional leagues. And the tourism spillover isn't just to come and lay on the beach or in the water. is to bring the competition that the athletes are not getting on a day-to-day here. I could wake up and train and play against the same people every day. Am I going to get that much better? So, Mr. President, sport is positioned less as an economic sector and more as a social stabilizing and developmental tool, particularly for youth engagement. However, with the investment listed in facilities, communities, and school programs, and as a country, we must use that opportunity to advance the development of Barbados' athletes and sports teams in a linked and structural direction. And as a past national athlete and national head coach, as well as playing sports overseas as far as North America and Europe, I am aware of what is needed to invest into the development of sport. I'm also aware of how behind we are as a destination that has a talented group of youth who right now are probably going to play and compete for the next 12 plus years straight before they stop chasing their sporting dreams. We're not blessed with unlimited resources, infrastructure, nor bodies, nor finances. However, we must chip away year on year with adding more infrastructure. And as we add more infrastructure, we must also invest into the development of our athletes, sporting discipline, professional development, and their mental psyche. You don't just get up one day and win. There are future Ronaldos, Messis, Bolts, Biles, Serenas, Phelps, etc. in this world in terms of raw talent, but it needs grooming and spoiled with competition, training, and psychological development. Without boring the floor on how to develop an athlete, as I'm not sure many know how to do such, but I'm sure they will speak about sports in some way or another. I wish to speak towards how far a good dollar being spent on our young people through areas of sport will help guide our beautiful destination into a positive direction, just like that with the arts and technology. And according to the estimates, Mr. President, the Ministry of Sports and Community Empowerment lists 2 key points within their strategic goals listings. And I will quote them directly from the appropriations estimates that would have been listed. To facilitate access to opportunities and services from both governmental and non-governmental agencies for young people and youth and community organizations. And to develop sports into a major economic pillar which contributes to the social development and economic enfranchisement of young people and communities. These are the 2 strongest points that government should be held accountable year on year for, more so than any other when we speak to sports. We are seeing the breakthrough of athletes. We are seeing the growth in sports tourism year on year, and thanks to social media, as well as the sporting tours of our schools and our communities, we are also seeing some of the expansion of the facilities that are being built across the island. Galvanizing our communities and young people on a better path of opportunity is where I am more interested. I've coached over 100 young athletes ages 8 to 19, girls and boys, and not one of them have ended up into a life of crime. And I don't want to credit it to my coaching ability because that's more on the sporting side, but there's an arm of coaching that not many people understand when it comes from a level of discipline and mental psychology training. Their betterment of the fact that they never got into a life of crime was my reward. Because don't forget, when you're in the amateurs, you get fake gold and fake silver. So it ain't nothing to put a big grin on your face about, like how some walk around with the bling bling these days. Of course, I did have tough moments, however. I lost some athletes who were always preparing for Carifta, and many of them would complain and say, why if I represent my country, I always have to pay to go somewhere and I wear their colors, etc., etc. Now me, because I probably born with the trident tattooed on my neck or something, I always used to say, but it is for my country. So that's why I would play or compete in the swimming event, etc. But the younger generations want to know why. And again, goes back. Nobody has taught civics, nobody read the Constitution, nobody understands the estimates, the budgets, the fact we don't have oil to that capacity. All of these things are domino effect. The teams that I competed on or that I coached, if I use water polo as an example, we did 16 official games per year. The teams we played against, if I talk about Latin America, around 60. If I talk about Canada, 100. If I talk about USA and Europe, 200 games. There's not enough raw talent out of 12 or 16 games. You could compete with somebody who is roughly playing 200 games. They had to fund to go to other countries. So when you see them in Massey-Car Park, asking for $1 or $5 for them to go on a trip. There are other athletes in other countries who are sitting down in a national development center in AC with their foot up, eating the best meals delivered to them while you're outside washing a vehicle to raise funds to go represent your country. So we have to put structures in place. I've also had fears of losing athletes to the drug trade. Not because they would come dare, and they're probably watching this video now, but they would never dare come to my practice high or thinking about trading any drugs. But the allure of money, guns, girls, trips, and high use of drugs among young people, especially our athletes, is worrying in society, especially when I open the newspaper or I'm in my football group chats and I can see young, talented footballers that are being sent up on remand, or cricketers, or whatever sport it is. The fact is, they're an athlete that we need to hold together and groom. I've also had athletes who have thought about committing suicide, and that is a reality. They believe it was a thing to get away from their pressures and the struggles of their community, their households, and their social circles. But we as volunteer coaches are thrown into a well with athletes with this new quote-unquote new breed of parents and other issues, all adding pressure on our backs as we try to climb out of that well. Yet there is no fixed outlet for the athletes to receive continuous psychological support throughout the year unless privately sourced. And this is an area that I wish for the Ministry of Sport to tweak within their budgets, as it is important. And as we can continue through what I am saying, you will see all of the domino effect. Another area on sport that I wish to mention, I believe should become mandatory as we roll out these estimates and we get to budget and then people go off and do their individual projects, is professional development mentorship. We cannot expect 100% of our children to become professional athletes, but 100% can become employable through professional development mentorship. And as I mentioned, a good dollar spent will always be bet on our young people. And I believe now we're going to go through a little bit of an educational session for some. Recently, there were 3 main happenings in the aquatic world all at once. The preparation for the Carifta Swimming and Open Water Championships was ongoing 3 weeks out from the Carifta Games. There was also an announcement in the budgets and the estimates of 2 new Olympic-sized pools, while there was a temporary closure of the aquatic center by the Ministry of Health. 2 of the 5 aquatic-based sports were recently in full prep, as I mentioned, and I just need to educate a few who might not know these names. Barbados has a long history of great swimmers, such as the late Mike Young, who has done phenomenal work for young people on Bay Street, and he just passed last year. And also passed last year was Chris Gibbs. These are some very important, strong names. Other strong names that you might know are Peter Gibbs, still living, and he was just there at the Wall of Fame in Dover, one of my community homes. The great Leah Martindale, the swimmer in Barbados history that made it to the finals in 50-meter free in Atlanta, 1996. And of course, Nikki Nichols, the only Barbadian athlete to have world master records and also to have represented Barbados, I believe, at 3 Olympics. Nikki and Leah and Peter are still around to this day. Traditionally, Barbados is placed in the top 3 over the last 30 years of the Carifta Games, which Barbados is said to have formed, or to be the leaders of forming it. The Aquatic Center is also 36 years old and has been home to not just the club, national meets, or schools, or communities, masters, or special athletes. And for clarity, Mr. President, and for correction to an earlier statement by Senator Goodrich, not in a bad way, we haven't crossed us yet. The Aquatic Center, I had to leave the yet because it seems people take jabs at me randomly. But that's okay. Well, at SMS, my father did not sign the permission slip for me to go to boxing classes. But if you know me on the outside, I could fight back. So quick history lesson. The land was donated by the government. The private sector stepped forward as individuals. The Edgell family stepped forward to build the pool. And the Foster family raised funds. And both were swimming and water polo. They were both from swimming and water polo fraternities. And they built the pool at cost and handed it over to the Barbados Aquatic Sports Association to own and manage. At that time, it was called the Barbados Amateur Swimming Association. And it was actually myself who fought as a coach and as an athlete with the then association to acknowledge that this pool must be used for more than just swimming, and it cannot be just Barbados Amateur Swimming Association, because the young people of Barbados have an opportunity across all aquatics. Many of us in here would have heard older individuals, or I should say more experience, out of respect. The sea ain't got a back door, but I always used to say in a respectful manner, it has a front. We have also still seen the reduction of schools participating in aquatic programs for various reasons. And should a youngster be able to walk or run, the Sports Council and other entities responsible for sport find over dozens of sports that running is a core asset. But we shoot ourselves in the foot in the aquatic world by not having a mandatory aquatic program for kids. And the key word is aquatic, because it is a very diverse grouping from swimming, water polo, artistic swimming, open water swimming, triathlons, and hopefully with these 2 new pools that the government is speaking about, it will include diving, as well as scuba diving training. We also do not teach water safety and life safety in our schools and communities. In your time. They teach swimming, not life safety. As a country, we must give our young people every opportunity to be great. It comes at a cost, but again, a good dollar is something that we must look at when it talks to young people. And we must be able to control where that good dollar is spent and at what time. And when I say time, it means if we have the economic resources as well as other forms of resources to do such. And I believe government should reallocate some of the funding listed to assist with the current aquatic center by ways of managing the actual facility as incorporated as a national aquatic facility. Upkeeping the key infrastructure such as the pump system and the grounds, as well as upskilling the team members that are really and truly the heartbeat of why that place has survived for 36 years in an outdoor environment so close to the sea. And no matter even if we were in St. George or St. Thomas, we're still very close to the sea. And if you know anything about pool maintenance, it is a high expense. Allow BASA to be moved over to focusing on the development of our athletes and the sports rather than becoming maintenance professionals overnight, as it's still a volunteer association. Listening to the recent estimates debate and the budget speech and looking at the proposed 2 new aquatic facilities, I would suggest a special aquatic task force be put together. And again, with private and public sector in the same space. This task should focus on looking at the opportunities for the country, but I also suggest starting with one first. No one says forget the second, but just start with one first and focus on the facility that it can accommodate the same aquatic sports that I mentioned, as well as hosting competition and a national training camp set of accommodation so that our national teams that specialize in the aquatics, when selected and they have qualified, etc., they can spend time there collectively, as that is a part of grooming athletes and team cohesion. I also wish to highlight great opportunities and impact that beach facilities have when they are movable structures, especially in the open water. And this opens opportunities for communities as well as fraternities that may not be able to use the aquatic center because it's still 50 meters by 25 meters and over 12 clubs, which means you're going to probably have over 1,000 athletes, and everybody only has free time after work or school. So there is a bottleneck. But if we have water facilities down at the beaches, the opportunities are right. I also wish to see, Mr. President, the government reinstate the Barbados Defense Sports Program, which traditionally focus on 5 core disciplines: football, cricket, athletics, boxing, and table tennis, while adding the beach sports. There's beach wrestling, the beach water polo, open water. There's so many that can be facilitated at a cheaper cost. This will yet be another good dollar being spent. I can tell you, a swim/water polo beach facility is 150,000 Barbados dollars. In 2026, I don't have to tell you what a 50 meter by 25 meter pool will cost. And I'm saying still do both, but let's do things in stages. In the changing times with serious crimes ever so present, it is important, in my opinion, that we get this BDF sports program back up. Not because of the foolish jokes that some may say that our army officials never go into war and that they just play sports and they just train. But when you look at what is going on in our communities and what would have happened with some of my peers that I played football with, playing for Paradise Football Club out of Dover, the whole of Christchurch wanted to play for Paradise. And you had individuals coming from communities as far down as Silver Sands all the way back down to Dover. And some of them, in their environs, they obviously had situations of high crime. But they chose to join the BDF sports program years ago. And they had opportunities to go down to Argentina. They had opportunities to travel to Germany. They had opportunities to make the national team. And now some of them are still in the army active, while some have become entrepreneurs and specialists in other companies. So it's much more than just sports, and we can't expect that the police force is going to be the ones to solve everything before it even happens. But if we can solve the people, then we don't have to worry as much about the posts, because then they will be guided down a different avenue than where they are before. Across numerous sectors, the youth policy of the government seems to be looking at cross-cutting and decentralization, with estimated effects spending in an over combined $200 million across multiple ministries, and is strongly linked to employment, social development, and crime prevention. With some interesting programs in the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, the Youth Development Program, Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, as well as the Block Transformation Unit. And the strategic priorities: employment and entrepreneurship, number 1. Number 2, social intervention. And 3, crime prevention linkages, focusing on crime reduction strategies. And in summary, on my contribution when it comes to this youth development through sport and education, as well as this little bit mentioned just now, I give background context to my personal experience. I attended a boarding school from ages 16 to 18 years old in Canada after leaving the great SMS. Normally you hear about some other schools, but in more recent times those schools aren't talked about so much anymore. Being able to afford to attend a private school in another country was a privilege that I admit to having, and it's not one that I asked for, because if you ask my mother, she would tell you, I did not want to go. I wanted to stay here and play football for Paradise, play water polo with the same fellas here, and travel the Caribbean, and I wanted to go to Club Extreme and many other parties in the culture, including Honourable Pot, but we will get back to that. I did not understand the importance of it to my future. However, the biggest lesson that I learned was that life's happenings are not optional, meaning going to class was mandatory. Participating in a give back program was mandatory. Participating in multiple sports was mandatory. Learning cross-cultural management was mandatory. For all 3 terms, we were asked to play different sports, and each term you also had to do, and that was for 4 days, and each term you had 2 days of give back. And the sports were rotated as well as the give back activities, so don't think you were doing one thing and getting comfortable. And in term 3, we had to do the cadet corps, and if any teacher at SMS heard me say that, they would laugh, because I for sure was not doing the cadets here. But if I could switch the 2, I would have preferred to do cadets here than in Canada. And if I compare the Barbadian environment to that of the Canadian environment, with multiple cultures in attendance, I would say that Barbadians were more mature in various areas. However, professional discipline, willingness to give back, and athletic application of oneself to become a better athlete was more present and evident in Canada. None of my peers from those 2 years during my time in Canada ended up into the life of crime. It could be from their families, it could, some people like to use in a joking way. But it really and truly was because of the structure and how we structure our education system, and we evolve it now in 2026. Not saying Canada is the perfect example, because they have some issues themselves. But we could take a little bit from there. We could take a little bit from Spain and from everywhere else and customize it, especially as we do our new constitution and we roll out where education is going with the Minister Blackman. There are opportunities for a structured development plan for our young people. And there are too many days of freedom of option right now when they go home. The days of numerous playing outside, flying kites, playing our national sport of cricket in the driveway or on the grass or in somebody else's driveway and breaking a window by accident and saying sorry. And anywhere and everywhere pitching marbles or playing hopscotch. All of that has passed. Huh? I went to private school. Of course I play hopscotch. Champion. Just because you only win sack race don't mean There are now too many opportunities for persons to go home and just do nothing. And there's no disrespect to the block, because I have friends who would have obviously grown up in that environment and they have become a success. But now you're given 7 days of that opportunity, that can turn. And it's no longer seniority on the block. There's no slap round the head and you go home before the lights, before, I think someone yesterday was mentioning days of our lives and the news. Now there are young people that are getting out of line and overstepping the seniors on the block themselves, taking pics at them. So our young people no longer have the similar guidance of the community as the days of the past, and government needs to look at making it more enticing to go from a structure of young ladies and men going from brownies and cubs to cadets and sea cadets into the army or the police, while also influencing children into the arts and sports. Government has an opportunity to either handhold our future leaders or let go their hands to fly and hope that they land on their feet. Now we turn our attention to the country's main economic driver. And I think that is why the president called me that Sunday to ask me about participating as an independent senator, to speak towards areas that you specialize in and not speak to areas that you're not knowledgeable on. But it seems not everyone got the same call. The approach of the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport has emphasized high impact and multi-sector integration. They've spoken about National Tourism Program, the We Gathering initiative that goes across ministry, branding, diaspora engagement. Of course, LESC, the Small Hotels of Barbados, National Trust, Caves of Barbados, Civil Aviation and Air Navigation Services. Strategic priorities, again, goes beyond the sun, sea, and sand that many people keep talking about, especially on social media, or maybe that's because that's the only thing they go out their house to do. Focus on heritage, ecotourism, and cultural tourism, integration with national events and festivals, the air and maritime access, investment in aviation regulation and infrastructure, as well as people that work in the aviation and the cruise sector. As we would have seen, there were challenges recently, as well as strengthening Barbados as a regional hub. We also focus very heavy on the diaspora tourism and repeat visitors, as we're well known in the Caribbean region as the island that has the highest percentage per capita of repeat visitors. And many people, whether hotels, villas, the person in the small store in Bridgetown, or people that are hired to perform, even if it is $300 or $1,500, they all benefit from tourism in some form or capacity. And the strengths that are focused and are outlined highlight high economic multiplier potential, because there are strong linkages to culture, transport, agriculture, manufacturing, and foreign affairs, as well as experience-based tourism that goes beyond sun, sea, and sand. The tourism policy that is outlined is geared to evolving the linkages sector and supporting growth across culture, transport, and services rather than operating as a standalone industry. And some of the areas I want to highlight to the Minister of Tourism and International Transport, as well as the supporting agencies and our partners, as tourism is the most linked sector that we have in Barbados. And I know the new Minister of Health, it is Minister Cummins. In a former light, there was, I can't remember the correct term, Ministry of Energy, and there was a huge conference here last March. Yes, correct. So if I use this as an example of how private and public sector can work, March is one of our best performing months, which means it is a high cost to get into the destination and get accommodation when you are pitching for 1,000+ people. It's a successful event, and I remember working with the same office to make sure it was a success. But this is where the private and the public sector should be called together, look at how we're pitching for these events, and choose the months that we do not do well in Barbados. And this thing going around that half the year the place closed, cut it out. It's so false. Really and truly, September and October are our 2 weakest months of the year, and that is where we should be angling right now to direct a lot of business from a government perspective, as well as from a leisure perspective and private sector perspective. And another area that I wish for the Ministry of Tourism to push very heavy on is our reporting metrics. And I believe, I can't call names so they don't feel it's a job, but one of the senators in here would have mentioned about data capture. I don't know if it was Senator Slocum or Walters.
No, you like calling me, but not me. You may be anxious. Go ahead, Senator.
I was calling it in a positive way, but that's fine if you don't want it.
I love
but working with the immigration and our port of entry to understand who the individuals are coming into our country. Obviously, that is in a perspective of looking at business. It's also looking at the crime situation that we're facing right now. But also understanding where the Ministry of Tourism dollars should be spent from a BTMI perspective in marketing. Everyone on the outside, oh, we should get an airline going to Fort Lauderdale and back. But it does not make financial sense, and I will leave the aviation experts to explain why. And is it that Miami is a transit hub, or people coming from the surrounding areas of Miami? Or is it coming out of Atlanta or Dallas or wherever? If you don't have that correct analysis, our competitors in the region, and I can openly say Aruba, Curacao, Dominican Republic, Antigua, all have better immigration platforms that the next morning we know where people are staying on island, which helps us with our security from a crime perspective. It also helps us understand our utilities build out. If more people are staying in a specific coast versus another, and also what cities for us to spend our money in marketing, because more people are coming from that hub, even if they're flying from a nearby connecting hub. We also must look at how tourism can invest into another data platform for major festivals and events. Too many times we hear, this festival had less numbers, this festival had that. Where is the true data? I had the opportunity to sit in the Cricket World Cup planning as a representative from the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. And the data that the ladies and gentlemen put on the screen in that room, there's nothing political between government and opposition that should be spoken about when investing in the level of infrastructure that was built across 3 World Cups. And I believe it might have been both opposition and government at different times. So just know it was the government of the day of Barbados, had nothing to do with a specific government. But the general public doesn't see that, and when they see it, because it's positive, we rather spend time talking about the negatives and taking attacks at each other, rather than us saying, whoa, that domino effect is actually important. Not to say you can't sharpen your pencils, because sometimes there's some spend that obviously is not needed as well. And that is where we need to start putting parties aside, the partisan side or representative side, and think country. So these kind of data capture platforms, I would love for the ministry to look into, that gives you real-time analytics to help us make smarter decisions with that good dollar. And as I've stated publicly before, one of 3 sectors that touches on every corner of society, directly or indirectly, is tourism. And unfortunately, in some spaces, persons use the few negative occurrences in the industry or the calculated economic decisions by a government to influence reinvestment, expansion, and diversification to crack down the main economic driver of this country that supports education, transportation, and many utilities. If you don't know and you don't understand, just say so. I don't know nothing about health. I'm not going to stand here and talk about QEH. I'll leave that to the good doctor and the minister. It's almost as if we did not learn about what happened to the sugar industry or others before. When government announces tourism expansion, it is because of three main reasons: employment and economic diversification through linkages of the sector, as well as revenue through VAT and levies. Government only owns 2 hotels, I believe, 0 villas, unless Senator Andrew tells me that he's aware of government owning any other villas. No. 0 restaurants, 0 airlines, 0 tour companies. And majority of the headlines speak to new airlift and a new hotel, both of which isn't the direct investment of a government. And I don't need a personal survey, nor go on a vigilante tirade on another sector to test the waters of how many people in here have diversified their knowledge and understanding of our own local sector that help pay for all of our education, and in some cases our transportation, and our health services, and our utilities. And the key word is help. I'm not saying tourism pays for all, but that is the mindset that we all have to have when we're thinking about a better Barbados, is every sector has to help each other in some form or fashion. And tourism does a lot of heavy lifting. We're not complaining, we're educating. We ask foreigners to go out and enjoy our beautiful island, as well as returning nationals to come home and invest and make lasting relationships with our lovely team members. But even in this room alone, Mr. President, many have not seen the upgraded tour offerings at the Barbados Museum or Harrison's Cave Eco Adventure Park since they were in primary school. Many have never been to a Rambon at Foursquare in St. Philip nor Mount Gay in St. Lucie to understand the rum industry and how that leg of manufacturing is linked to the tourism industry, but they found probably a rum shop. I asked how many people have done a night dive on Atlantis submarine or a moonlight hike on a plot of 300 acres of regenerative tourism country land and finish it with a roast breadfruit from the country and a rum punch at Walker's Reserve. Or have you made pottery in the heart of St. Thomas, the heart of Barbados, in St. Thomas? We speak to linkages, we speak to diversification, and so do the estimates in this case, and I really want us to hold the ministry accountable for that. Yet there's always this negative chatter rather than collective progressive ideas. And I also ponder if anyone in these chambers ever once developed and ran a sporting festival with over 500 attendees, or hosted a conference for the media companies of the region, or a conference for all of the unions in the Caribbean for over 1,000 plus attendees. And I'm not just speaking about attending or performing at the opening. I'm speaking about putting a bid document together and compiling all of the partners and suppliers to make this event a success and not a disgrace to our island. Have we ever stopped to wonder how little work transportation providers, audiovisual providers, small farmers all got during the pandemic? The boutiques, all of the fashion stores, the salons, everywhere to step out hot. even the ones selling out of their car on social media, close. The drop off of business due to the disruption of the tourism industry, which also includes events and festivals. Do we understand the wellness tourism segment of tourism is an area that you also see more expenditure than that of a leisure tourist? Yet the segment of the industry that relies heavily on linkages across sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, medical, and others, we need to look at that when we speak about the concessions as well. Yes, it works for other sectors, but there are some small players doing soaps, candles, they're doing beds, and there are a major company out of St. Lucia nearby that has a big hold on some of the other companies around the region when it comes to supplying beds. And these are areas that we need to look at as we diversify. So my point, Mr. President, is that we cannot continue to fight to kill an industry and by masking it as we wish to make it more equitable for all, by waking up daily and just attacking every one of my fellow team members in the industry. Persons may think that they are brought here to interpret one piece of governance with the appropriation bill being that lone piece we are asked to review. Yet the outside world must turn on their radios and television sets to hear appointed individuals belittle the sector they wake up, love, and enjoy. For what, Mr. President? A headline?
Let's go. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Attention. I digress. Why are we not creating an enabling society where we address issues collectively and not aggressively? We expect more from our young people, but we don't set the most appropriate example in this room nor the next room. And we've seen it time and time again replayed on social media or when the political campaigns come and you want to pick back up something that was said before. We should be guiding them from internship to ownership, not viewership. Crime. This is a topic that is close to all of our hearts, I believe, because it is all around us. And I am no lawyer, nor am I in any of our security forces. I, however, have a similar fright of many of us Barbadians, as I am generally scared. Crime is not a political yo-yo, so an opposition nor a government should try to use it as political cheap shots. Yes, we may be a great island to invest into and a great island to vacation, but I have had the pleasure of living in this island during two different phases. One of comfort and one of nervousness, based on the changing, challenging times. The accessibility to guns, to drugs, and the shortcomings of our judicial system have been a major problem. The problem is one that our governments have been attempting to improve over the last decade and change. However, the speed of the criminal is way faster than the government system. Crime and public safety is set to receive significant funding, I believe in the range 500 plus million, with an aim at combining enforcement, justice and prevention systems. I do, however, wish to remind all, we must find a way to address our young people and at the same time address the more senior individuals who control them or try to, and who also control, possibly, the illegal entry into Barbados, as somebody has to control it. It doesn't just show up. And as I said, I'm scared for myself, but so are our communities and our businesses, and I can say that for tourism as well. Surviving the COVID-19 to then face crime, at least one of them we could try to control. In another setting on crime prevention, I will speak further as it has the potential to cripple our communities and our economy. However, I hope that the estimated budget for crime prevention is spent wisely and as outlined in the 3 strategic priorities of balanced crime strategy, which includes enforcement, prevention, and rehabilitation, institutional strengthening, investing in forensic science services and legal systems, as well as the human resources side of our security forces, as many of them are understaffed. Some of them are not motivated. And the social intervention linkages, the integration with youth and community programs. And finally, and as I close, I have broken down the 4 key areas of interest that I spoke to. Tourism, being an economic engine with linkages to other sectors. Education and youth, human capital development for a better Barbados. Sports, social cohesion tool that can develop our people professionally and improve the lives of communities, as well as crime, the integrated enforcement and prevention system that must go hand in hand. For a country of 275,000 plus people and prevention systems, for a country of 275,000 people, and estimated only 200 people partake in civic duty, well over thousands and thousands of people on social media rather communicate negative attacks towards all of us at some point during our time. I must commend all of you for being bold enough to step forward, not just for yourselves, but for our people. Whether you do it for a short time or a long time, rotated, fired, whatever. Mr. President, like tourism, I must also defend the cultural industry before I go, while asking for it to do more in the same breath. My colleagues have highlighted that we are approaching the 60th year of independence, and there are some areas within the estimates, the appropriation bill, and that were spoken about in the budget. I don't need to go over all, nor will I belittle one company on the floor of the Senate out of respect.
Friends of all satellites in that.
I will, however, ask the minister responsible for our cultural industries to please look in to how Barbados can evolve its national festivals, how it can give better assistance to artists and promoters in terms of infrastructure, the locations that government have invested in and operate, as well as timely payments. And this isn't only just for the government, also in the private sector, as some of us in here are also promoters and we understand those stressful times. And also, how can we evolve our main festival, Crop Over? Entertainers are not the only individuals participating in the culture, as I remind Senator Slocum. So are the promoters, as the minister is aware as one himself, as well as my colleague, Senator. Due to the TV, I'm not sure if to say opposition senator or independent, but I know you are a senator and you're a good man because your name is Ryan. Exclusively for that reason. If we wish to increase spend and opportunities for the entertainers, the taxis, the stores, the boutiques, the hotels, the restaurants, etc., and for our government's revenue growth through tax returns, as well as investment and lower unemployment numbers, then we must sit down as private and public sector and look at ways to improve Crop Over and other festivals. It can't be give 10 ideas and one is accepted. It's give 10 ideas, maybe 2, 3 are accepted, 2 or 3 are put for a later time, and some are obviously put out and some are substituted in. For a country turning 60 in November, I wish to see announcements that shall shake the world about Crop Over 2027 a year in advance. Senator Slocum and Senator Walters raised their concerns for which some I agree with and some I do not agree with, while I also openly say to them, as well as the unions, as I've said before, you have my number. You don't always need an audience to perform. One can work collectively to address and improve where improvements are needed and give a standing ovation when it is due. Theater is for entertainment, while true advocacy is for our people. With that, Mr. President, I close.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Ford. Senator Janelle Odell.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all my colleagues and everyone watching online. Mr. President, as I rise today to deliver my maiden speech in this honourable chamber, I wish to first thank the Honourable Prime Minister for having the confidence in me and giving me this opportunity to represent and to serve in this chamber, Mr. President. I must also acknowledge my family, because without them, I wouldn't be here. My father, who always sits quietly in the background and ready to lend advice whenever I'm feeling overwhelmed. My brother, who's always willing to help, especially when I need help with accessing documents that are not always accessible to me. And of course, my mother, who has always been tearing down barriers with her bare hands for as long as I could remember. When I was told that I could not receive a mainstream education, she did not take that for an answer. When I was at Combermere, she was seeing a mile ahead and was already preparing for me to be an attorney. And even now, as I stand here delivering this speech, she's at home listening and making preparations for me to be her next MP. I am not fully certain about that one, but I still have to thank her, because without all her support and pushing me, I would not be here. And for all her prayers and the prayers of my family and from my pastor and my congregation at the Ellerton Wesleyans, I thank them for their support. Mr. President, for years, I have been a very strong, vocal advocate for persons with disabilities. And though I will not always speak about persons with disabilities, the reality remains clear. Persons with disabilities live in this community, go to school in this community, work in this community, have friends, family, caregivers in this community, so that every piece of legislation, every policy, every decision we make here in this chamber affects persons with disabilities. So although I might not speak about persons with disabilities all the time, my focus will always remain on equality and equity, because in an equitable and equal system, we all win. Having said that, I want to indicate my full support behind this appropriation bill. And I will do that by speaking partially on the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, and then on the work of the Ministry of Education Transformation. Two ministries, the work of which is very close to my heart. I will speak now, partially, as I said, on the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, because I know my colleague will speak on that another time. Mr. President, I support this bill not because it's perfect, because no bill ever is, but because it reflects direction. It reflects reform. And more importantly, it reflects a moral decision about who matters in this country. At the heart of this bill is a clear signal. We are no longer contented to manage vulnerability, but we are restructuring how we respond to it. The investment and funding of the Social Empowerment Agency on the Ministry of People Empowerment Elder Affairs is not administrative tinkering, Mr. President. It is structural reform. And it builds upon the wider shift that this government has already been making to move from fragmented services to more coordinated, people-centered systems. For too long, our social protection system required the most vulnerable Barbadian to be the most mobile, to be the most resilient, to be the most patient. Imagine this, Mr. President. A grandmother living in St. Lucie, caring for her grandson with cerebral palsy. Under the old system, she would have had to visit the National Disability Unit, the National Assistance Board, the Welfare Department. 3 offices, 3 files, 3 explanations of the same painful story. But this new model says 1 door, 1 assessment, 1 coordinated plan, and that, in my opinion, is dignity. And so I support the significant allocation for the Social Empowerment Agency and the funding for the client centers across the parishes in Barbados. Because access is not charity, access is justice. But Mr. President, support does not mean silence. It means strengthening. If this new model is about transformation, we must be able to measure transformation. Because this government has already shown a commitment to accountability through mechanisms such as the people assemblies and national consultations that bring citizens directly into governments. And I'm sure we'll go even further. But we must be able to say next year, for example, how many families exited long-term dependency? How many individuals moved into employment? And how many households were able to improve their housing stability? Because, Mr. President, empowerment must be something we can point to, not just something we hope for. Let us speak frankly about aging. Barbados is no longer an aging society. We are a rapidly aging society. 25% of our population is over the age of 60. And by 2050, half of our people will be over the age of 65. That's not just a statistic. That's my aunt, your neighbor, the former teacher of your children, Mr. President. So I commend the investments, Mr. President, in the Sterling redevelopment, expanded home care services. I commend the community elder care programs. I commend the additional 20 home helper posts. And of course, I commend the elderly policy, because we, as a government, we're recognizing that our elderly members of the society who helped to build this nation, who helped to bring us to where we are today, deserves to be protected and should not be abused in this country. And these proposals will continue to move Barbados from just having institutionalized care towards dignity and community. But I ask this, is it enough for the demographic wave that is coming? We need to go forward. We need to go further. And I'm confident that we will as well. Because when a daughter leaves her job to care for her mother with dementia, the state saves money, but that daughter absorbs the cost. Financially, emotionally, professionally. If we're serious about aging in place, we must treat caregiving, Mr. President, as part of our economic infrastructure, not as invisible labor. We must invest not only in facilities, but in our caregivers. And this includes mental health support, which this government has already started expanding upon through initiatives like Lifeline Barbados and other mental health initiatives. But we must support mental health services for our caregivers. We must expand the workforce pipeline for geriatric care, Mr. President, and we must do it now before it's too late. On disability inclusion, of course, I welcome the special needs grant because, as a friend of mine always said, disability is a habit that we can't afford. The cost of medical care, the cost of transportation, the cost of just equipment to live a life of dignity in this country, extremely expensive. I welcome the continued ramp construction. I welcome the transportation expansion. I welcome the legislation and policy that for the first time in this country's history recognizes and protects the rights of persons with disabilities. For the first time, Mr. President. But legislation must live beyond paper. And let us be clear. While I welcome this accessibility audit of public buildings as well, an accessibility audit that is never implemented is just a report. So I urge us as a government to move towards compliance timelines and public reporting of progress. Because a step at the entrance of a building, Mr. President, is not just concrete, it's a barrier to opportunities. And I don't know if you've ever had to give up on something you've really wanted or needed because it was not accessible to you. But this is the reality of many persons with disabilities in this country. They have to give up on employment. They have to give up on going to their favorite activities, have to give up on certain medical activities as well because the buildings are not accessible to them. And when disaster strikes, Mr. President, and we know in the Caribbean it will, preparedness must include those who cannot evacuate as easily as others. It must include those who cannot hear warnings, and it must include those who cannot navigate the shelters independently. Because a warning means nothing if you cannot hear it, Mr. President. And a shelter means nothing if you cannot enter it. So preparedness must be inclusive or it is incomplete. The geotagging of vulnerable households is forward thinking, and I commend it. But we must also ensure disability responsive drills and fully accessible shelters. Mr. President, social protection cannot exist in isolation from economic opportunity. And this government has taken steps to expand access through job creation initiatives, skills training, and digital transformation that opens new pathways for participation in the economy. But we must ensure that persons with disabilities, their caregivers, and other vulnerable groups are not at the margins of that transformation. Mr. President, too many caregivers are unable to work because there's not enough support at home for their relatives with disabilities. And 90% of persons with disabilities, that is 9 out of every 10 persons with a disability, is unemployed, Mr. President. And the reality is that while we have a lot of these initiatives and we invest in all these programs to open economic opportunities for persons, many persons with disabilities are still afraid to access them because, earlier I spoke about how much I welcome the special needs grant. the non-contributory pension. The reality is that the legislation still states that if you're receiving this non-contributory pension, you are not allowed to make more than $30 a week. Now let me put this into perspective. You are making just over $900 a month. You have bills to pay. You have children to feed. You want to contribute to your family. You have medical bills that keep piling up. And you cannot get any additional work because if you go over $120 a month, you can risk the chance of having that pension taken away from you. This is the reality of many persons with disabilities in this country. And I won't go in too much into it because I know my colleague will speak about the social services, as relates to the Labour Ministry a bit later. But Mr. President, I encourage you not to leave these people behind because empowerment is not complete if it's not accessible. And these people, we, Mr. President, also have a contribution to make to this country. So, Mr. President, I support this proposed allocation to the Ministry of People and of Empowerment and Elder Affairs because it seeks to modernize our social protection architecture. But the true measure of this estimate, of this bill is, Mr. President, it will not be in how much we allocate, but it will be whether an elderly man can age without fear of neglect. It will be whether a person with disability can enter a public place independently. This estimate, Mr. President, is just numbers on paper. But social policy is lived in the QEH hospital wards. It's lived in the courtroom. Social policy is lived in the houses around this island. So while we might just allocate resources, Mr. President, let's ensure that we also deliver dignity. I would like now, Mr. President, to turn to the Ministry of Education Transformation. This request reflects not mere expenditure, but is an investment in human capital. If we are serious about achieving the missions outlined in Declaration of Mission Barbados, Mr. President, then education cannot be treated as a cost center. It must be treated as infrastructure. Mr. President, we will never say that roads are too expensive because without roads, nothing moves, nothing travels. And education is the road on which every child's future travel, and I dare say the future of this country. SDG 4 demands inclusive, equitable, quality education, and quality begins at the foundation. So when we approve over $500 million, Mr. President, and I know my fellow senator yesterday made comments about almost $600 million, and how it could be used for other activities. But we are not just approving a line item, Mr. President. We are shaping the life of the child in St. Lucie catching a bus at 6:15 in the morning. We are shaping the lives of the parents in Oyster stretching a grocery budget, Mr. President. We are shaping the lives of the teacher in St. George that's buying materials out of her own pocket. If we get it right, we change generational outcomes. But if we get it wrong, we deepen quiet inequities. I'm in full support, Mr. President, of the transformation already on the way, such as the expanded screening programs for learning and sensory challenges to increase support system within schools. I'm in full support of the breakfast program as proposed because I always say you can't really learn on an empty stomach. I'm in full support of the minister's proposal to make curricular activities mandatory because I know, and I know a lot of us know, that this curricular activities help to shape us to be well-rounded citizens. It was in the debating club that I learned my passion for public speaking. It was in Girl Guides that I learned discipline, how to push beyond my limits. And it was in Cormier School Band that I learned that playing music was not my talent. But I would not have known that if I hadn't tried. But Mr. President, as it relates to literacy and numeracy, we cannot celebrate strong CAPE passes while ignoring primary literacy gaps. Let me make this simple. If a child in class 2 struggles to read the instructions on a mathematics test, the issue is not intelligence. The issue is access. That child may sit in a classroom, nod politely, take the instructions off the board, and still be falling behind silently. By the time we notice in secondary school, we will not have to fix a small crack. We will have to rebuild a whole foundation. So I'm in full support of the expansion of structured literacy, and of course, the proposal to strengthen numeracy training. But I will recommend that we also publicly track numeracy at age 7, the same way we track tourism arrivals or the GPD growth, Mr. President. Because reading fluently by class 2 is as economically important as any fiscal indicator. On teacher quality, Mr. President, one teacher changes 25 lives. We are investing in partnerships with the Commonwealth of Learning and the Columbia University. That's commendable. But here's the reality. Every single Barbadian adult can point to one teacher who changed their entire trajectory. One teacher. Not a policy, not a strategy document, a teacher. The teacher who stayed back after school. The teacher who refused to let you give up. The teacher who saw potential in yourself when you had not yet seen it for yourself. For me, it was my math teacher who came to my house at weekends to ensure that I was following along and could keep up with the graphs and diagrams that I could not see. But if we institutionalize leadership development and mentorship, we multiply that impact across the system. Because, Mr. President, when we speak about institutionalizing leadership development and mentorship for our teachers, we are speaking about something very simple. We are saying that leadership in our school system shall not be left to chance. Experience must guide the next generation of educators. A young teacher should never be left to feel as if they're standing alone in a classroom. So by institutionalizing mentorship and leadership development, Mr. President, we are ensuring that the wisdom of our best educators is passed down within the system, strengthening our schools for the future. Because when one teacher improves, 25 students benefit. And when one principal improves, an entire school system shifts. And that is exponential return. I speak now to mental health, Mr. President. We are expanding counseling and cognitive behavioral therapy. Let us be honest about what that means in real life. It means the child that witnessed domestic conflict last night does not have to navigate that alone. It means that the second form student who lashes out in class is not labeled bad without support. It means that we intervene before that same student becomes suspended, disengaged, or worse. If we reduce absenteeism in school today, Mr. President, we reduce unemployment risk 10 years down the line. And that is preventative governance. But we must measure it, Mr. President. If we invest in counseling, let us track reductions in suspension, in bullying incidents, in chronic lateness. Because compassion must be accountable if it is to be sustainable, Mr. President. As it relates to digital transformation, we are modernizing the Electronic Management Information System, MS. That's good. But data cannot sit in a server like unused textbooks in a cupboard. If attendance drops sharply in a school in the north, Mr. President, what is the intervention timeline? If literacy scores fall within a particular area, who responds and how quickly? Because digitization without response is decoration, but digitization with intervention is transformation. Mr. President, let's now talk about what, in my opinion, is the smartest investment: early childhood. The expansion of access for 3 to 5-year-olds is one of the most commendable investments, one of the most commendable decisions of this whole bill, Mr. President. The World Bank has long shown that early childhood education offers the highest long-term reward. Let me bring this home. Imagine 2 children entering primary school. One has been exposed to books, structured play, and early screening. The other has not had any access to any early learning support. By class 1, the gap already exists. By class 3, it widens. By secondary school, it becomes destiny unless we intervene early. As someone who has personally experienced what it means to navigate a system that was not always designed with accessibility in mind, I know this firsthand. If inclusion is not built in from the beginning, it becomes an uphill climb later. So as we expand pre-primary, screening and assistive support must be embedded, not optional, if we are serious about building our human resource and building our human capital, Mr. President. As it relates to inclusion, the true measure of excellence is not how we serve our strongest student. It is how we support the child who learns differently, the student who needs a teacher aid, the student who needs assistive technology, the student who needs instruction presented in a different format. And yes, Mr. President, this includes children with disabilities who might need additional support. But I'm also talking about the student who learns differently, the student who may not learn necessarily from taking instructions off of the board or reading a book, but the students who may learn better from utilization of rhythms or art. A student may not be learning well in the classroom, Mr. President, but that doesn't mean, as we will put it in Beja parlance, that the student is slow or have a learning disability. The student may just learn differently. And we have to provide for these students. Because inclusion is not charity, Mr. President. Inclusion is justice, and justice strengthens systems. It doesn't weaken it. When we provide structured support early, we reduce dependency later. So I'm in full support of these measures in this bill. Mr. President, I want to take a moment now to address the grooming policy as was raised by my fellow Senator, Senator Walters, yesterday. He alluded to the fact, Mr. President, that it seems to be a free-for-all, or that Beja is taking it as a free-for-all. But Mr. President, it's not a free-for-all. It is a framework. And embedded in that framework, Mr. President, is order, clarity, and accountability. Accountability because, Mr. President, this framework, the grooming policy, clearly outlines the standards that must be met, the guidelines that students must follow, what is acceptable and what is not. The schools, Mr. President, the principal, the teachers and school leaders are responsible for investigating any breaches of the policy and enforcing it, providing any sanctions as necessary. And as a lawyer, Mr. President, I know that a good policy is one that is not entirely rigid and one that is not entirely permissive either. And this policy, while outlining standards, it also recognizes that students are not a clone of each other, and their students have their own individuality. But Mr. President, with any right, with any privilege, with any opportunity, there is a responsibility. A responsibility for parents, Mr. President. A responsibility for students, Mr. President, to ensure that these students fall between the guidelines. I don't know if my fellow senator has any children, but I know that when I was going to school, at Combermere, I ain't getting into that. I ain't getting into that one. But I know that when I was going to school at Combermere, I might have a little red in my hair now, but I couldn't leave my mother's house with no red in my hair. Because my father is very quiet. He would just say, you know, the school got rules. But my mother would say, you are a child, take your child's place. So we as parents, Mr. President, we as teachers, we as parents, as aunties, as uncles, we have a responsibility to ensure that our children follow the guidelines. And we also have responsibility to respect the schools, Mr. President. If we do not agree with a decision the school has made, we have a responsibility to take the right steps to address it, Mr. President. And I know that the Ministry of Education Transformation is in the process of releasing videos and other forms of communication via the radio and social media to ensure that we all are clear with what these guidelines are. And I urge every one of us to read them, follow them, and be our children's keepers. Finally, Mr. President, I would like to address infrastructure. We are investing in climate resilient structures from schools to national infrastructure. Because resilience is no longer optional in a climate vulnerable Caribbean state. But infrastructure must also reflect dignity. Because classroom is not just a building, it is a message. A leaky roof during rainy season can distract learning. Broken fans in the September heat, and we know how hot the September could be, can reduce focus. And insufficient sanitation supplies undermine dignity. And this, Mr. President, is why our government now is ensuring that construction occurs at our schools year-round and not just in the summer. Because our children interpret environment as dignity. A well-maintained classroom says, you matter. And that message, Mr. President, affects performance more than we often admit it. So now I would suggest, Mr. President, that we also incentivize our students to keep our surroundings clean. I spoke to my father about this a couple of days ago. We were having a conversation. My father is a retired teacher. And when I brought up my opinion as it relates to incentivizing children to keep surroundings clean, my father believed that the only incentive children need to keep their surroundings clean is to know that they wouldn't be flogged. Because they should be flogged if they don't. The reality is, Mr. President, we have students today still putting the garbage in the desk pockets. We have students dropping the garbage all over the place, Mr. President, and they're surprised when they see rat droppings. And they won't keep noise. Exactly. But we need, Mr. President, to show our students that cleanliness is next to godliness and that there are benefits to keeping their surroundings clean. A child, depending on their age and development, may not understand automatically the benefits, the health benefits of keeping their surroundings clean, but that child may understand that they're getting additional grades for their cleanup efforts. Or they may understand at the end of the term when their cleanup efforts earn them recognition or an award. As I close, Mr. President, I support this bill because I believe that education is the most powerful equalizer available to Barbados. But equalization does not happen automatically. It requires vigilance. It requires measurement. It requires courage to adjust when something is not working correctly. A child entering nursery in 2026, Mr. President, will graduate into Barbados in 2041. The question is simple. Will that child inherit a system that merely functions, or one that truly transforms opportunities? That is the weight of this debate, Mr. President. And that is why I support these measures, Mr. President, with conviction and with responsibility. Because transformation is not measured by the amount of initiatives launched. It's measured by the amount of children whose life trajectories change. Whose life trajectories change. It's measured by how we care for those who help to build this country. It is measured by how we allow every single citizen to contribute to this island. Because at the end of the day, Mr. President, Barbados will not be judged based on the promises we make. We will be judged according to who we choose to empower, who we choose to protect, and most importantly, who we choose not to leave behind. And with that, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Janelle Odell. Senator Andrew Malou.
Thank you, Mr. President. A difficult one for me to follow, but I will do my best. I know the time is 14 minutes to 4 o'clock. It shall not be 14 minutes to 5 o'clock when I sit down, sir. Long before that. Sir, firstly, as I stand, I had said before that I was so glad to have changed location, but now I would like an opportunity maybe to go back, because there is, I had a history as a thespian as well, so there seems to be, down there now seems to be a lot more sport than when I was there. When I was there, there were times when I thought I wasn't living, because everyone was calling names of their favourite television shows, sir, it seems, so I think I should as well, because I heard of Days of Our Lives, I heard The Bold, The Beautiful. There was a time in the previous sitting that I thought, when I was down there, I thought I was in Bewitched, to be quite honest. Now it seems like there might be Gilligan's Island. So I will have to introduce. I will say that my favourite might have been Barnabas Collins, The Dark Shadows. We'll go with that one for the day. So now we've called all the names, and anyhow, I will try to collide with the budget though, with the estimates, the appropriations bill. And in so doing, I want to start, I heard from Senator Sinclair, who is very knowledgeable in both places, it seems. But I want to start by fundamentally disagreeing with what he said in admonishing the opposition senator, I think it was, who spoke about the flyovers, because they're not covered within this appropriations bill. And sir, I disagree fundamentally with Senator Sinclair on it, and I want to say why. The appropriations bill speaks to governments spending for the next year. And anything that they propose to do is on the table. We can speak about anything as far as I understand it. So if you are going to say in a estimates debate or in somewhere else that you are going to do something, then I must be able to find it in this big document here, because it's got to be funded in somewhere. And if it is not in there, then I guess I can speak to it, because you don't plan to fund it. But this was the one opportunity, and hence we have 1 hour, which I shan't use, sir, because it's the one opportunity where nothing is off the table. We can speak about whatever we would like, as long as it's to do with things that the government plans to do or not plans to do. That is my understanding. So I may be redirected, but I would disagree with Senator Sinclair on that matter. I would like to say I was very pleased when he spoke about, when he told us, one of my favorite sayings actually, is he said it in a different way. He says we must remember that cost is what we pay, but value is what you get. And I talk about that a lot in the area where I generally practice in real estate, when people ask me about what the value is. And it depends on if someone is selling or someone is buying. It depends on if they've just received their land tax bill as to what they think the value of the property is. And a different conversation when their neighbor says that they want to buy it. So value is what you get, cost is what you pay. But I think as taxpayers, cost is not what we're focused on. You in government have a responsibility to deliver value to us. And if you don't deliver value, that's when we can start to talk about it. So your plans here are about what you plan to do, but we expect value for our money as taxpayers. I will finish my opening remarks before I get to my substantive remarks by saying that in some respects, when we hear Barbados is a big, complicated engine to run, 6 billion Barbados dollars, I want to put that in perspective, that is approximately 2.5 days of revenue for a company like Apple Computer. It's not that complicated. You can do it. That is a company that's run by 12,000 people in the core headquarters. So we can do it with the right systems in place. It is more complicated, government accounting, that is true. I am an accountant, I understand the slight difference in accounting. But sir, where I'm going to spend my time on, and the entire theme of what I hope I speak to, is going to be simply discipline. And I want to talk about discipline in the private sector. I'm going to start there. Discipline in the government and the public sector. And discipline is about what we really want. And is it, in fact, what we really want in Barbados? Do we really want the discipline? I find little evidence that really and truly, as a culture, as a people, discipline is what we are prepared to want and to do. Senator Niles spoke very well on planning. I will endorse everything he said. So I see planning and budgeting, excuse me, is what you spoke on, sir. Budgeting and the difference with it. And it was within the private sector, we look at it from the point of view of we budget, we allocate responsibilities for it, we look very carefully at the execution, and finally, we always hold someone accountable because you put a name to everyone. So when you plan, when you have a budget, you put a name onto that, you hold that person responsible. They're responsible for the execution, and then they're responsible for they're accountable for it. We have to be careful that these additional appropriation bills and so on that come to us, they separate accountability and execution from the budgeting process. We have to be careful that when we make decisions, We can sometimes make bad decisions at the outset so that we are planning to spend the money poorly. We can sometimes execute it poorly and hence the money is spent badly. We can sometimes waste time with projects. All of these things can happen. But my fear is that some of this is becoming systemic or endemic or ingrained. It's a part of our culture now. We're not accountable for it. I am not going to speak to that overrun or not overrun or wasn't budgeted for or not budgeted for. I can't think you can win on both sides. It can't be not an overrun and you did something you didn't plan for. It's got to be one or the other. So you either were bad at planning or you're bad at budgeting. One or the other. Both can't be, you can't avoid both arguments, in my opinion. So when we set timelines for getting things done, whenever from the private sector it seems that government department is in the chain, the private sector seems to reach roadblocks, and we are seen to often be fighting, not on immigration. You've heard me say that many times. That's been fixed. Passports, immigration, we're world class. I'd like us to be world class everywhere else. And I will come back to a couple of those departments that perhaps stop us from being world class. I am concerned, sir, as we start this budgeting period. I'm not sure how many people have done the math, but it's some pretty simple math to do. I may not get it right within $1,000, but it'll be more or less correct. If I asked you today, how much money do you owe personally as a citizen of Barbadian? What's your portion of the national debt? Anyone in here have any idea? I suspect some might not. Every single Barbadian, let me let you know, if you take the national debt and you divide it by the number of Barbadians we have, we owe $54,000 each. That's what you owe, Senator Archer. You owe $54,000. And if you have a child this week, next week, or the week after, they owe $54,000. We need to remember that that debt that we have, that national debt, belongs to someone. It belongs to all of us, and we have a responsibility not to keep building it for our children. And that's the challenge when you don't have a balanced budget and you continue to borrow. It is a true challenge. I personally would not like to think that when my mum and dad died, they left me in the will and said, "Dear son, good news for you. We've left you $54,000 in debt." Is that what we want for ourselves? Or do we want to change this trajectory so that we might put a rest to the... I'm not saying to you that it is not, we have to repay it all today. But I would like to understand, what is our plan? What is our discipline? What do we plan to do for our children? Do we plan to leave them more in debt than we are? Or do we have a plan to help them to get out? And remember that we've all been told that our population is shrinking in Barbados. We know that to be true. So guess what? It's going up every time the population shrinks as well. There's more and more of a burden on us. So in reading the appropriations bill, sir, you can deduce government policies from that, because you can see where they choose to spend money, where they choose not to, what they prioritize, what they do. And many people have spoken to that, and I applaud all who have. And as Senator Ford has said, you stay within your, for me at least, I like to as well, stay within the rails of what I understand. So I listen intently to other people who are experts in areas that I am not. I try to stay, like how you've described, within the rails. So I noticed, when I read the budget, I looked keenly at what the revenue was. I noticed it growing. For the government side, there's a bit of a shortfall over the next couple of years, a growth in the revenue, which has come about as a result of some changes taxation-wise, and then it's going to fall back. And we have to spend that money prudently. So I looked to see, what are we doing with that extra revenue that we didn't have in the previous year, and we will not have, according to the estimates, in future years. And I was very pleased to see, sir, that when I look at the estimates, I look at the appropriations bill, government's employment cost in the next year is going up by 4.4%. That seemed very reasonable to me, actually. in line possibly with inflation, probably in line with what the private sector is expecting in terms of its salaries growth during that period. I was quite pleased to see that. So from that, one could deduce without looking at every single line item, because I can't, just as many senators, I think Senator Reid explained it to, Senator Sinclair has explained it, it's a very detailed process. I can't go and look at everything, but I look at the macro level. I'm pleased to see that government is being prudent in its employment. Having said that, I don't know the exact figures, but the numbers when you ask and are knocked around, somewhere around 20,000 people are employed within the Barbados government, which equates to about 15% of our entire working population work in a government job. We aspire many times, I hear in here, I don't say it myself, I listen, I hear, we aspire to be, we look to Singapore for examples of what we would like to be. So in that particular example, I would just like to say to you, in Singapore, 4% of their population works in government. 4%. We're at 15%. Why I highlight this is because perhaps later on in my discussion, I'll get back to it, we have a drought of skills in Barbados. We have a drought of skilled workers. I have seen workers from the East, Chinese workers, I believe they say, I don't want to call a particular nationality. I see that in the construction sector, we're employing people, we've got to get people out of Colombia, we've got to get people out of Mexico, I'm told. I know for a fact that we have a problem with skills, we have a problem with people. And I'm suggesting to government that one consideration might be, this is a great time to reduce government workload and release those great people into the private sector where the private sector needs them. They are needed today. And I'm going to come back, and I don't want to say everything on skills before I get to there. So some specifics about the proposals that I saw, and as I said earlier, I can link the proposals made in the budgetary statements, or whatever the right words are, to the appropriations bill. Because I understand in there's a proposal that says there's going to be a rebate on security cameras so as to help with the Pradle larceny. So that has to be paid for, because that rebate would have been thought of and would be assumed in these estimates to say there's going to be a rebate on that, so we're going to collect less money on the importation of security cameras. But sir, it really troubles me when I come back to discipline that our solution for Pradle larceny is to put up cameras. Our solution should be lock up the people. The time has come. The time has come. We have talked about, we're going to have proposal that we have to recognize where's your source of these goods that you're selling. We want to know where you got these from. We're going to go into the market and find out where you got these from. We have it. So I don't quite understand, if we are not doing that, how we continue to. I'm not disagreeing with the proposal. I'm quite happy with the proposal that cameras will now be cheaper and more people maybe will install them and so on. But I don't want us to get around the fundamental issue that we have, which is discipline with regards to this. It's not. When I grew up, and I didn't understand exactly the English, I thought Pradle larceny was you were stealing to live. You were stealing a few goods because you simply couldn't afford it and you're trying to feed your family. But it's not. But when I actually Google it and find out what it means, it doesn't mean that. It means it's stealing agricultural produce. But that's what we understood in Barbados. So I guess a van full is okay, because that's how it goes. The other thing, and I've used 15 minutes, so we're doing well. The other thing I wanted to talk on is the proposal on the flyovers. I want to collide with this because I don't see it in there. So if we are going to do that, there has to be some plan to spend that type of money. And I don't know if it's the right or the wrong thing to do. I would like to make a few suggestions of things that I think we could do immediately, and perhaps it could alleviate some of the problems, and maybe we could delay or build less or whatever. Because what I'm fearful of is that we move the problem from one place to somewhere else. So one of the things that trouble me, and I have specific evidence to give on this, is that wherever I see at many junctions these vendors on the side of the road, I notice that traffic sometimes is worse. But just last week, I had occasion to drive through the Carewood area and come up to the T-junction there by Lairs to turn right, and it was free of flowing traffic. I had dreaded to go through there. But guess what I found out? The vendor who's normally on the left was ill that day. So he wasn't selling. So the traffic was freely flowing through there. We need to deal with some of that issues. We need to deal with the traffic light at Westmoreland. When it flashes, there is no traffic. We need to deal with the situation where people are blocking roundabouts when they can't see to get through the other side. All other countries will have, many other countries will have the yellow box that's painted. You don't enter until you can see your way out. How many of us have sat coming from Warrens, going to the south of the island, and you get to the roundabout, I call it Conmere, but I don't know what, the right round, Wardford Junction, I guess it is. You get there and you're stopped, not because there's traffic at the other side, it's because everyone going towards Hothersville has blocked the road. We can solve that. I can get some yellow paint. I will provide the yellow. I'll go and paint it. Sir, you would come with me, I'm sure you would. We can paint some yellow boxes. Don't go through there. Don't go through there. We should put some signals in some roundabouts, all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to dwell on this. The point I'm trying to make is the discipline that we need as a society. If we are going to solve these problems, we don't just need to build something more. We could start by having some better discipline on the roads, which might in fact address a significant portion of the problem that we have. I would like, and I'm calling on, and I will use my time on my feet to call for one thing, which is that I see that we are building a beautiful road down on the east coast at Calawash. We're continuing what this government did in terms of what the Barclays Park side is now continuing through Calawash. But I'm deeply concerned that that beautiful wide new road needs some cameras for speeding or something on it. Otherwise, it's a difficult place to police. But it's a really easy place to get some easy revenue by simply putting up some speeding cameras and sending out some tickets that you could pay for yourself in a day. So, sir, while we're talking about roads, I would like to then move on for a moment to speak about, I've said this before and it didn't get any traction, so I wouldn't say it again, which is about public transportation and how we perhaps could alleviate some of the problems on our roads with road traffic if there was better use of public transportation. But some simple things that I'm told would help would be, for example, very simple and easy, and I know that Minister Reid could help with the technology for doing it, is every one of our transport board buses should simply have a tracking device in it so we could see where it is. And it's simply, yeah, there was a Barbadian guy, I won't call his name, no, had a great business at one point, Beat Bus or something, and he was trying to do it. We should get Beat Cab, Beat Bus, get that back there so people can know it's, yep, the bus is coming, we know when it is. Some small little things. Maybe people would use more of the public transportation if it was more reliable, it was more punctual, you were able to know when it was there. But sir, on the roadside, you know, when you try to get a work permit to have someone come in the island who are non-national and work, rightly, the rule is you should really only be bringing someone who has a skill that's not available, and you're not taking a job that a Barbadian who is otherwise not working could have. That's the right thing to do. That's the test that we do. And we've had that for years, and it's the right thing to do. We need to look after our people first. So how come we don't apply that test to foreign contractors building our roads? Because I want to go back to the road at Calawash and say here again, I have not seen with that foreign contractor, I have not seen Barbadians that are working on it. And there probably are some I haven't seen, but they're vast majorities of overseas people, and they're not doing anything that we could not have done ourselves. And they certainly, sir, have not executed it in any better fashion or any quicker. In fact, they've done it in a worse way than we can do it. We have good road builders, and we have had for a long time. It is unnecessary to bring in people to do things that we could do ourselves. So, thank you. Tourism. Tourism is an area, and I'm really glad to be joined by Senator Ford, who will help me with this. And so I won't speak too long on it, because he's maybe more of an expert than me, but perhaps my focus is on the villas. Just give you a couple of statistics here before I make my point. To my knowledge, there are 6,423 hotel rooms in Barbados through the BHTA, spread over 112 properties. We don't know exactly how many villas, but those could be small apartments, Airbnb types, whatever. We don't know exactly. It's kind of hard to know because they're not all registered, but we estimate that there are probably about 6,500 of those for about 13,000 rooms in Barbados. And I want to give you that for context, because 13,000 rooms, just actually out of context, for 6,423 rooms in total of Barbados, I think Senator Ford would know that that's actually still not as large as the largest single hotel in Las Vegas, which is 7,000 rooms in one hotel. So I mean, we're big, we're spread out, we're all over the island, we're quaint, we're nice, we're all of those different things. But I use that word quaint, sir, specifically because I worry. I worry that we may be losing this quaintness as we accelerate the number of hotel rooms that we're building, as we accelerate the amount of cruise ship passengers that are coming here, and our infrastructure has not caught up. We've seen it painfully in Old Town as that new hotel, which I believe will be open in June, the Royalton. We saw the pain that we went through with that road and what it means, and where many people are worried about how many people are bringing to that beach and the overuse of the area and so on. So I'm using this opportunity, recognizing that over the next 6 months, if I can understand it exactly, between the Royalton, the Indigo has now come on, the Pendry is planned to come on at the end of this year, the new Blue Monkey Hotel, there's another about 400 rooms in the next 12 months that are coming on. And that is great work. Thanks somewhat to the former Minister of Tourism, I believe, Senator Cummins. You were in that role at one point in time, and many of this work would have been started a long time ago. But what I don't want us to forget is that we have to keep up with our infrastructure. And we need to be building our infrastructure for where we want to be, not where we are. And unfortunately, our infrastructure is where we used to be, not even where we are. We are struggling with our infrastructure, whether it's our road network, our electrical grid, etc., which I will come on to. And I think part of that is going to be the strategy as to what do we use the marketing dollars through the BTII, which I believe they spend about $100 million a year, but I could stand corrected. It's hard to see because give me the right acronym? BTMI, thank you. It's about $100 million. It comes from the, some of it comes from the head tax at the airport and so on, and thank you, airport service charge. You know, I don't get all these names right. So it's a lot of money. And I would just like to suggest that perhaps, when you look at when we are as busy as we are in Barbados, we might want to redirect and think a little bit more about getting a higher value tourist to Barbados and not a volume tourist to Barbados. We are a higher value destination. We are a quaint destination. We are never going to win the volume race, but we can win the quaint race. We can get the higher value tourists here, especially when you consider that 50% of our rooms are in villas and some of them are extremely nice. Crime. I'll touch on it for 2 seconds and say my 2 words. I completely agree with the call for the reinstatement of the death penalty in Barbados. I've always felt that way, and I call for it again. And I call again for a long sentence, whether it can't be life in prison, I'm told, for any crime that is committed with a firearm. As a country, I believe that we need to move to this quickly. It's clear that we're not winning this war against crime. So that all comes down to discipline. And as my half hour is about to expire, I want to ask, very much so. I want to ask the Leader of Government Business if she could do me the favor of responding at some point to me on when we passed, and when we moved from CAIPO to Business Barbados. In that legislation, there were no service level agreements, and I stood at in this chamber at that time and said that I was hoping that within the legislation we would have built in some actual criteria that said we're going to do this in X days and we're going to do that in Y days and that in a month or whatever it took. And I was told very clearly that has no place in the legislation. It will come soon after. I haven't seen it. Maybe it exists, and I'm calling to ask the leader of government business, which doesn't fall in our ministry now, but if we could find out for us if those service level agreements have been published by Business Barbados, and how are we doing? How are we doing? Have we achieved anything? Have we gotten value for money? Because that costs us a lot of money. The shift from CAIPO to, it costs us money, trust. So let's see if we got value for money. Let's see if we've made any improvement. Let's see if we made any improvement. On the skills lacking, sir, I just want to make a couple of points on this. I want to tell you that we have a series where people have been talking about education, many different things. Listen, we do a real good job of producing doctors and lawyers. And perhaps there's maybe too many lawyers and too many doctors. I don't know. You would have to tell me about the doctors, the lawyers can tell me about that. But what I can tell you, we don't have enough of. And if you are a plumber, a carpenter, a mason, a joiner, a tiler, if you have any education in the hospitality side, whether it's been food service, bartending, maitre d', whether you're a property manager, electrician, that's what we need in Barbados today. And I do hope, I'm not an expert on it, I've heard people speak on the education side, but we need to focus very, very carefully on the skills that we're building. They are opportunities for our young people. Are we producing, are we making them think that everyone needs to be that lawyer, that doctor, that accountant? You don't have to be. Some of the highest paid people can be plumbers and electricians, and they can be entrepreneurs, and they can build their own business, and they can own their own life, and they can move from, what did you call it, internship to ownership. That's the quickest way you can do it. And I really hope we double down on the places that do that, the Samuel Jackman School, Polytechnic, and others. We need those skills. We have a talent drought in Barbados. And you know, Senator, to read what worries me when we talk about artificial intelligence, and I'm not worried about it, and I'm not scared about it, you know I embrace it. Embrace it, embrace it, embrace it. But what worries me is there is no sustainable competitive advantage in artificial intelligence, because it's available to everyone. So things that we used to be able to do because we might have been smart are being done for us. I get emails from people and I can immediately see that AI helped them write it, right? And resumes that have been helped by AI and all these type of things. But there is sustainable competitive advantage in knowledge and in data. And that's where we need to focus. So it's not AI for AI's sake. I'm going to collide again, as they say, with the appropriations bill, because you will have seen that the duty and VAT concessions on electric vehicles have been continued, and they are obviously prepared for in the estimates. They have to be prepared for in the estimates, sir, because as you know, as I've said before, and I'm just reminding new members in here, that the difference between an EV vehicle from the government's point of view and an ICE vehicle, ICE, internal combustion engine, is significant. Because when you send $15,000 in foreign exchange out to buy one car solution with an ICE vehicle, internal combustion engine, the government is going to collect over $45,000 in tax for that one vehicle. If you buy an EV vehicle for the same $15,000 that goes out, government will only get $3,000 in 10% duty, and there is no VAT. And then remember, it doesn't go to the gas pump either, so it doesn't pay any of that gas fee that goes towards the licensing. So when we extend this, I am not opposed to it, not opposed. I drive an EV vehicle because structure drives behavior. If this is the structure of the tax system, and I can afford to buy an EV vehicle that I otherwise could not afford, well then I buy it. I didn't do the structure, I just demonstrate the behavior. So I point out that carbon is our enemy. not internal combustion engines. They are highly efficient internal combustion engines. Small CC cars appropriate for Barbados, as opposed to perhaps the large EV vehicle that I am driving, which costs you 5 times as much foreign exchange. So you could have bought 5 transportation solutions for the one that I have. So don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to it, but I just think we got to be careful, we got to balance. When you look at these estimates, when you look at how much money is expected to come in from the importation of vehicles, are we focusing on sustainability perhaps where we shouldn't? And I worry, and maybe if nothing else is listened to from what I say, maybe this is the one thing people will listen to. I worry that we are focusing so hard on this, and we're talking about what we're trying to do, and as a country I believe it's the right thing to do. But on the other hand, on Sunday gone, I was out on a catamaran. A friend invited me out on a catamaran. It did rain all day, yes, yeah. It was a tough Sunday to be out on a catamaran. But while I was out on that catamaran, when the first time I stopped, I saw, and we were no more than 150 meters offshore, 100 meters offshore, maybe 50 meters offshore. The boat arrived with the seine net. And they put down the seine net for everyone to see. And within 45 minutes, every living thing in that ocean was taken up in that net. And I don't understand how we are transitioning to the blue-green economy, and we're doing EV vehicles, we're doing all these things, and we have put no regulations. We are not doing anything around this. It is absolutely unnecessary. We have to protect our nearshore reef zone, and we need to enforce it. There is no, you know what is also illegal? Thank you. What is also illegal? No, it's also illegal in Barbados. Traveling in the back of an open van. I was involved in here when that was passed. That was also illegal, not enforced. Riding a bicycle without a helmet, not enforced. So no, the enforcement and the accountability, we can spend all the time we want in here passing all these different regulations. And I have said before, as that good Greek philosopher told you, the more laws you have, the more corrupt the society. Remember me giving you that quote. So we keep passing laws and we don't enforce them. And that looks terrible, and it's done right out in front of all of our tourists to see. So it doesn't matter how many EV vehicles you have on the road, it doesn't matter how many speeches you give in the world about rising sea levels. If you continue to allow, say, net, and we moved the boat further a little bit down, I couldn't take it, and they came there, and they did it there as well. It is absolutely awful, and I don't need to go through all the things that they say. What I would like to do, though, is to say, look, maybe these folks need an income. So let me give them an income. You know what we should do? We should put down moorings, permanent moorings on our west coast, so that the 30 or so pleasure craft, that same catamaran that I was invited on, doesn't have to drop anchor every time. And if 30 of those boats drop anchor every day, and they drop anchor 2 or 3 times, that's 100 times the anchor goes down. Why don't we put out permanent anchors for the pleasure boats? Why don't we employ those same people who are clearly familiar with the water and familiar with the area? It will be good income for them to maintain, to collect the revenue from it. We can charge the pleasure boats, we can charge individual boats. We should do that. We could do it. Again, dropping an anchor each time is not in keeping with our sentiment of being in the blue-green economy and really wanting to protect our environment. And to that extent, also on the international visiting yachts, we have a key opportunity here, I think, that we should have looked at. And when you have these large boats, there's supposed to be a clear, well-communicated anchoring plan, but it has not been updated, it's not easily found, and there needs to be more of them. And if we can have designated, clear, safe anchorage and mooring zones for these international yachts, we can earn money on it. All over the world, they're charged on a per meter, per night basis, and we need to do it, and we need to do it quickly. So, sir, I'm going to close, took a lot longer than I thought, on what was also spoken in the other place about the challenge that we have with the rising oil prices and the need to release this investment that we have been focusing on in photovoltaic. I just want to update, and I'm happy to be corrected by anyone in here who knows better, but my understanding is that, and we've heard these numbers before, sir, there were applications applied for 400 megawatts of photovoltaic in Barbados, 400 megawatts. There was 205 megawatts approved, but the Barbados Light and Power had said from the beginning that without battery storage they could only allow 100 megawatts. So we know that there is over 100 megawatts, a lot of it actually procured, paid for, some of it actually built, which is not yet turned on. And what I heard said in the other place is that with the rising energy costs, we have got to accelerate this. I also seem to remember in late November, I believe the then Minister of Energy, Senator Cummings, had actually said publicly that there was some signatures went on to unblock over $500 million in investment and was coming soon. Signatories, thank you, 500 million. So it's been 4 months since then, and with in the other place, hearing about what's happening with the oil prices, seeing it in the world, realizing how an impact it has on Barbados. I'm just curious as to where are we at with that, because that is going to be a huge impact on all of the Barbadians. As far as I understand it, we still have no private power PPA, I think it's called, drafted or any agreements for BESS. I know this painfully myself, having a BESS system which can't be turned on. There is still no interconnection agreement with the BL&P Light and Power, and there still is, the BESS licenses are in process, I understand up to recently, but I understand that there's been not many being issued to date, but perhaps there'll be an update on that. What I would like to say on it, sir, is a significant amount of money has been spent in the private and the public sector, and we've got to unblock this situation. And if we unblock it quickly, we could have saved a lot of money in the foreign exchange. So hopefully I have collided at times with the appropriations bill. Hopefully I've been of some entertainment, and I will close on my last pet peeve. I think that this document could be so much simpler if we simply move from frustration to facilitation, move away from the concessions, move to a flat VAT of 20%, have a basket of items for our people in our least well-off part of society so that they can have VAT-free items to live by, and to remove personal income tax completely so as to simplify all that we're doing. And do not tax anyone upon what they earn, tax them only upon what they spend, and get away from your duty and go to a simple, flat duty. So, that will solve your problem, that you don't have to issue concessions, because everyone will play on a level playing field and no one will have to ask for concessions, because you're going to give them anyhow if you ask. No large project, as I've demonstrated in here, in the last 25 years, sir, has been built without concessions. So we're going to give them anyhow, so why not make it the same for everyone? So don't focus on my number. I haven't done the math. For those who are trying to do the math on a 20% VAT, I haven't done it. I'm simply saying, change your philosophy. Change your philosophy from one of a complicated tax system to a simplified tax system where you know that you will tax people on what they spend, not on what they earn. And simplify it, you can do things a lot easier. And with those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Malado. Senator Commissioner Benjamin.
Mr. President, this morning you got a special good morning. And so, because I believe in balance, this afternoon I'm going to give you a very special good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And good
Thank you, Senator
afternoon to my colleagues in this honorable chamber as well. This afternoon, sir, I rise today with humility, with gratitude, and a profound awareness of the responsibility that has me in this very place. To be entrusted with service in this honorable chamber is not something that I take lightly. And I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for placing her confidence and her trust in me. And I give this Honourable Chamber my solemn assurance that I will give of my very best, lending my expertise and my experience to the advancement of policies that are intended to improve the lives of all Barbadians. Mr. President, it is customary in your maiden speech to acknowledge those who have shaped your journey, and through influences in my life, there are far too many for me to be able to mention. As my colleague, Senator Honourable mentioned, she was placed in a number of extracurricular activities her whole life, and for me it was no different. And those are the people and institutions that have guided me and have brought me to this place. But notwithstanding that, Mr. President, it is my intention to mention just a few institutions and people. First and foremost, Mr. President, I acknowledge the role of the institution of the Barbados Workers Union. That institution has shaped my understanding of advocacy and representation. Through that institution, I learned that representation is not speaking loudly. It's about listening carefully. It is about understanding lived experiences. And in that vein, I must also acknowledge the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union, who is also the sitting MP for St. George North, where the action is, and her role and contribution in my life. If you know her, you would have heard her say before, I'm sure, that she rises and falls on principle. And that is something that I intend to also bring with me to this honourable place. I also acknowledge Sir Roy Trotman, who I consider to be one of my greatest teachers. He is a man of a wealth of knowledge. He knows a lot about everything, but especially industrial relations. And he is someone who is willing to share his knowledge, and I am always a willing recipient. So I have taken this opportunity to specifically thank Sir Roy Trotman. And Mr. President, I also want to acknowledge my comrades and delegates at the Barbados Workers Union, many of whom share on a day-to-day basis their lived realities. And it is those lived realities that will guide my contribution here in this Honourable Senate. Last but by no means least, Mr. President, I want to make mention of my family. My parents, they are the two most supportive people that I know. There has never been a dream or an aspiration that I've had that they did not see fit to allow me to pursue. And Mr. President, I do have two sisters, two older sisters, and if you know them, you know they are the epitome of excellence. And it is no wonder that I've always tried to reach where they are at, and I believe that that is one of the reasons that I'm standing in here today. Last but by no means least, Mr. President, I am a newlywed, and I want to extend my gratitude to my husband, who has stood patiently by my side. I am new to public life, but what we've already recognized is that it is a difficult road, a time-consuming road, and he has already expressed his support. So I am very grateful to him for that. So So, Mr. President, it is my intention to focus today on Head 84, the Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and the Third Sector. But it is my considerable view that ministries do not exist in a vacuum. So to this end, you will hear me speak on things that you may not deem to be part of the Ministry of Labor's remit. But hopefully by the end of my contribution, you would understand the intricacies between ministries and the fact that the Ministry of Labor touches every stage of an adult person's life. From your first job to career progression, workplace safety, employment protections, retirement security, and community support. It is a huge ministry with a huge mandate. And the reality is that when labor leads, Beijing succeed. It is also the reality It is also the reality, Mr. President, that when labor policy works well, it strengthens the entire system of governance. But equally, the opposite is true. And if it does not work well, the consequences do not stay confined to that ministry. Labor intersects directly with legal affairs, crime prevention, social development, educational training, and the list can go on. And Mr. President, if we're honest with ourselves, crime, which is one of the main challenges that we are grappling with as a country, it cannot be addressed at the level of enforcement. A critical part of the solution is opportunity. And I don't say that in a hypothetical way. I feel compelled, in fact, Mr. President, to share a real experience with this honorable chamber, one that has stayed with me since the day that it occurred. Through my work at the Barbados Workers Union, I met a young man who was dismissed by his employer, and I want the chamber to listen to me carefully.
Oh dear.
I'm not getting it out of you, Senator Slocum. He was dismissed from his employment after the employer learned that he had a criminal charge at the time of entering employment. I want the chamber to understand that this young man was employed for 5 years before the company learned of that criminal charge. I also want this chamber to understand that the young man, the charge was actually dismissed. Nonetheless, notwithstanding all those facts, the employer dismissed him. The union obviously went through the channels and we sent the matter to conciliation at the Labor Department. However, before the matter could be dealt with, and we'll get into that when it comes to the time to deal with the Labor Department, but before the matter could be dealt with, I saw in the newspaper the same gentleman was charged with a criminal offense. Let me be very clear. I am not condoning crime under any circumstance, but we must confront a difficult truth. When we remove or we hinder opportunity, we sometimes create the very outcomes that we later condemn. That young man had demonstrated that with structure and with income, he could function responsibly in a workplace. We had cogent evidence of his ability and his capacity to contribute meaningfully to society. He was employed for 5 years without issue. But when an old issue came to the company's knowledge, the response was exclusion. And exclusion became the pathway to worse outcomes for him. But not just for him, for his community, and ultimately for all of us. Mr. President, I say this respectfully but very firmly. As Barbadians, we all have a role to play in national development. Employers are not exempt from that responsibility. Private sector is not exempt from that responsibility. Of course, businesses must protect their operations. We're not saying that's not the case. And of course, due diligence matters. And yes, safety and trust must be paramount, but there must also be room for context, for fairness, for rehabilitation, and for second chances. It is the responsibility of this government, though, through the Ministry of Labor, to create the frameworks that give people a genuine chance. And that is the basis for these estimates. Mr. President, before addressing the estimates in detail, it is important that we place them in their proper context. So I want this chamber to understand that we are not now starting from scratch. We are following the deliberate and consistent policy in a direction that is grounded in the belief that Barbados' greatest resource is its people, and that national development must therefore place people at the center. It was this Barbados Labour Party government that introduced for the first time a national minimum wage in April of 2021. And at that time, the national minimum wage was pegged at $8.50. But the commitment didn't end with its introduction. The government continued to strengthen the national minimum wage over time. And in June 2025, it was increased from $8.50 to $10.50 per hour. In the budget of 2025, we were informed that it was the government's intention that that minimum wage will increase yearly by 2%. And they made it very clear that that does not mean that the minimum wage board will not sit. That 2% was strictly to incorporate the fact of inflation. And so as of January 2026, the national minimum wage is now $10.71. And that is something that should be celebrated. But it is not something that we are necessarily comfortable with. This Barbados Labour Party government has made it very clear that the aim is to have a livable wage. So the minimum wage is more than a labor policy, Mr. President. It is a social justice measure. It ensures that employment becomes a pathway out of poverty. And if you paid attention to the intentions of government, it is to eradicate poverty. So that's why we need to move in the direction of a livable wage. This government has also expanded employee rights and workplace protections. So we saw the augmentation of the maternity leave to 14 weeks. You know, there will always be the naysayers saying that is not enough, but for years prior to that, it was at 12. And so we must celebrate that as well. This government also was responsible, and I will plug the Barbados Workers Union here to say that for years, for decades, we, through our collective agreements, had already had paternity leave in certain workplaces. But what the government did is to legislate it. So now you can't pick and choose as an employer. It's now part of legislation. In addition, anti-discrimination provisions were strengthened, workplace safety reporting obligations enhanced, and significantly, labor-linked conditions tied to government concessions so that businesses benefiting from public support are expected to meet reasonable labor standards. Taken together, these actions reflect the government's coherent philosophy that when workers earn more, households stabilize. When households stabilize, communities strengthen. And when communities strengthen, the national economy becomes resilient. And these estimates, Mr. President, are not a departure from that trajectory. They are simply the next step. And so as I get down to business, Senator Slocum. Moving to Program 40, Sub-Program 156, looking at the Secretariat for Social Partners. This is something that is near and dear to my heart, because one of the things that confirmed my own desire to align with this Barbados Labour Party government was its approach to governance. This government doesn't pretend to have all the answers, and I heard Senator Goodrich quote that earlier today. We don't. But what it does is ensure that we listen, and that after listening, we reassess and then implement. And in my view, that is the essence of good governance. And we see that philosophy reflected from the grassroots level. So when we think about Paris Speaks, Mr. President, Paris Speaks is something where the Honourable Prime Minister, along with her members of Parliament, go to every constituency to ensure that people have the opportunity to not only be heard, but to have their legitimate complaints actioned. That is something that I respect and that I am happy to align myself with. Moving on from the Paris Speaks, you also see that type of engagement through the members of Parliament. The most recent one that I could think of is the consultation to treat to the traffic that is ongoing right now with Minister Humphrey. That remarkable tripartite institution in Barbados, the social partnership, is something that we've had for over 3 decades. And whenever I travel on union business and we're engaging with other unions across the globe, that is something that Barbados is envied for. The fact that we are able to sit at a table with government, private sector, and unions and go tete-a-tete and figure out policies, that is something that we cannot make light of. It's not merely a procedural arrangement. It's a recognition that sustainable solutions emerge when stakeholders are genuinely engaged. And it aligns directly with the framework promoted by the International Labour Organization, which emphasizes tripartite dialogue as a cornerstone of labour governance. Mr. President, in this chamber, many of my colleagues have rightfully mentioned the geopolitical tensions. And I want to submit that this model of governance through the social partnership is something that becomes even more critical in these times, in times of economic uncertainty. When global shocks occur, and they are occurring, and there's nothing that a small island developing state can do about it, but when they do occur, no single institution has all of the answers. The ability to consult, to reassess, and to respond collectively becomes a national strength. I want to move now, Mr. President, to the sub-program 486 that speaks to ecclesiastical affairs. Today, in this very chamber, somebody made mention of it, and they didn't understand the placement under the Ministry of Labour's portfolio. So I hope that after I share my contribution, it becomes a little more clear. Because at first glance, with a myopic scope, this sub-program may appear removed from the core functions of labor administration. But when we consider the broader remit of the ministry, the connection becomes very clear. This ministry is not concerned solely with employment relationships. It also engages with social stability, community development, and support structures that help individuals remain productive members of society. So faith-based organizations, they form an important part of the third sector. Why, you may ask? They provide counseling frequently. I see Senator Rogers nodding. Mentorship, family support, community outreach. These functions influence not only social cohesion, but also labor participation. When individuals receive guidance and when families are supported, when young people are mentored, the likelihood of disengagement from the workforce is reduced. Mr. President, there was a time when even if parents could not attend church themselves, they used to ensure that the children went to Sunday school. And that environment provided structure, it provided discipline, and moral guidance. And Sunday school was a space where young people were mentored and where community values were reinforced. But we must acknowledge that those realities have changed. And I don't think they've changed because parents are not interested anymore. The lived reality is that work schedules have also evolved. Societal influences have shifted. And some of the structures that were once supported have weakened. So people no longer have maybe that auntie or granny who would take the child to Sunday school. So these are the lived realities. So I'm not accusing Bajans of neglecting their faith, but we always must be grounded in the realities of people. So in that context, faith-based organizations cannot rely solely on individuals coming to them. They must go into communities to engage the said young people where they are. They must provide that outreach and mentorship. So when we speak about crime and antisocial behavior, we often focus on enforcement. People often talk about, oh, the criminal justice system. And that is true, but it's not the only pillar in the fight against crime. In that sense, Mr. President, the allocation of the $1,567,244, it's not ceremonial. It is an investment in community resilience. And in a year where we are marking our 60th anniversary of independence and our 5th year as a republic, the planned faith-based activities and cultural showcases carry a special significance that this chamber should honor. And with that, Mr. President, I want to now look at sub-program 421, which speaks to the Labor Department directly. Mr. President, the Labor Department is the front line of labor administration. If the ministry sets a policy, it is the Labor Department that translates that policy into practical protection for workers and meaningful guidance for employers. But before I speak to the challenges, because there's no secret that there have been challenges, if you listen to the presentation in the other place, the ministry was very upfront about the challenges that they faced. But before I speak to those, I want to place on record my appreciation for the current staff of the Labor Department. That team is so small. And they work under significant pressure. But they remain committed to assisting workers and employers alike. From that submission, Mr. President, I'm sure you can glean that one of the major challenges was the staffing. And I'm pleased to report that these estimates seek to address that deficit. In the other place, we learned that of the intention to further augment the staff complement. We also learned that interviews were held and new officers took up their posts. So, Mr. President, I am very hopeful because through my work at the Barbados Workers Union, the efficiency of the Labor Department is something that was always a concern of mine. But like I am indicating, the estimates give us a sense of hope. In respect of the Labor Department as well, I need to reference the other place where they spoke of a triage system. And this was when they were functioning under fewer staff, and they indicated that people would be actioned depending on if they were able to come into the Labor Department. And I want to submit that that's not something that is acceptable. When people go to the Labor Department, oftentimes they've lost their employment and wages have become an issue. So we are very hopeful that the remedies are now in place. Moving to sub-program 499, the Employment Rights Tribunal and Access to Justice. This is very closely connected to the work of the Labor Department. And one of the challenges that was expressed in the other place was the fact that they did not have a fixed place of abode, but these estimates also address that deficit. So the tribunal was functioning in a way where they all shared the space with the Labor Department. So if conciliation meetings had to occur, then they had to figure out the timetabling. But these estimates address that to ensure that they have a space allocated for them. Mr. President, the Employment Rights Tribunal, there are concerns about delays in matters, and that has contributed to a perception that workers are left vulnerable. And there are reports of employers who tell workers, well, go to the tribunal and see how long it takes you. So those kind of comments we don't expect to see anymore as a result of the augmentation in these estimates and the fact that the tribunal will now be able to sit daily and really treat to the backlog in the cases. Mr. President, as an attorney as well, I wish to go further and submit that consideration should be given to strengthening the powers of the tribunal itself. The ability to award costs in appropriate circumstances would discourage frivolous or unreasonable conduct by either party, and the power to grant punitive damages where breaches occur without justification would reinforce compliance. Mr. President, the provisions in these estimates for a permanent home and enhanced professional support and a commitment to more regular sittings represents important and overdue steps. With improved structure and leadership, we expect to see a reduced backlog and faster access to justice. Mr. President, an effective tribunal strengthens industrial relations, protects workers, and promotes accountability. It ensures that the rule of law applies in the workplace and that fairness is not theoretical, but practical. Moving on, Mr. President, to sub-program 573, the Human Resource Strategy and Skill Development. During Senator Rogers' presentation, he made mention of... Sorry,
Senator Rogers hasn't spoken as yet.
my apologies. Malalu. He made mention of a skills gap. He made mention of a skills gap. And this particular sub-program, I believe, can assist in that concern. The People Development Implementation and Monitoring Unit is one of the most strategically important units in Barbados. That is my submission. Its logic is very straightforward. That decent work begins with skills. Skills begin with education and training. And education and training must be aligned to the demands of the labor market. So this sub-program exists to create and sustain that alignment. The establishment of a sector skills council is one of the things that this sub-program intends to address. So with a target of 2 to 4 councils, they represent a sound institutional response to the persistent problem of skills mismatch. And as a trade unionist, I know that workers suffer most when they're trained for jobs that no longer are relevant, or they're denied training for jobs that are in demand. So the Sector Skills Council addresses that mismatch at the structural level, bringing employers and workers together to identify what the economy actually needs. Mr. President, I want to submit that the skills challenge before us is not only about closing today's gaps. It's about preparing for tomorrow's disruptions. We are entering a period that is defined by artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, and we've spoken much about it in this chamber. A period where jobs may change their spots, and roles that exist today will evolve, inevitably. And we expect that new occupations will also emerge. We also expect that some traditional functions will be automated, while others will require new technical and analytical capabilities that our current workforce may not yet possess. I know there's a subset of people that are of the belief that this means that work will disappear. And I submit that that's not the case, but it means that the nature of work is likely to change, and change faster than any previous generation of workers has ever experienced. So this is precisely why this sub-program, which invests in human resource strategy and skills development, is so important. Because if we fail to prepare our workforce for the technological change, we risk creating a mismatch, but not between the skills of yesterday, but for the jobs of today. If we proactively invest in reskilling and upskilling, as these estimates do, then we position our people to take advantage of the new opportunities rather than to be displaced by them. Mr. President, moving on to the Job Start Plus program, which is sub-program 25. This program allocates $1,492,485 under these estimates. This initiative is one that plays an important and irreplaceable role in bridging the gap between education and employment for young people. It recognizes that one of the most vulnerable periods in a young person's life is the transition from school to the world of work. So this program is intended to expose young people to the workplace, equip them with essential skills, whether that be communication, time management, teamwork, professional conduct. So not merely technical skills, but life skills that will support long-term employability and social stability. Mr. President, I posit that every young person who gains meaningful employment through this program is one less vulnerable young person. Opportunity provides structure, purpose, and dignity. But employment fosters responsibility and self-worth. At the social partnership meetings and in this chamber from Senator Maladu, the private sector has repeatedly raised concerns about the declining work ethic and the readiness of young people entering the workforce. And if that is a genuine reality, Mr. President, then programs like the Job Start program become even more relevant and even more important because they provide the very preparation that employers say is needed. But the contradiction in all of this, Mr. President, is that when we listen to the presentation in the other place, one of the biggest hindrances for this Job Start program is a lack of buy-in from the private sector. So the whole idea of the program is that they get the young people ready, and then they are to join forces, go out into private sector, and get employment. But one of the major challenges is that the private sector buy-in is not there. So it's my submission, Mr. President, that the private sector must be committed. We cannot simply rely on government. This has to be an all-hands-on-deck approach. Not as a courtesy either, but it should be seen as a responsibility to the country. Moving on, Mr. President, to Sub-Program 24, which speaks specifically to the third sector, partners in national development. As I mentioned just now, Mr. President, the Job Start Plus program, it cannot operate in isolation. They need partners. And one of the partners, a sector that partners well with the Job Start program, is the third sector. Much of its reach, its placements, its training partners, its community access. These estimates recognize an important reality. I will repeat myself that government cannot do everything alone. National development requires partnership, it requires collaboration and shared responsibility. The third sector comprises of non-governmental organizations, reaches individuals at the grassroots level, often before government intervention becomes necessary. Their work does not merely complement public policy. In many communities, it is the first and only line of support. We're talking about things like the Barbados Red Cross Society, who provides disaster relief social support programs, the Pinelands Creative Workshop, who engages young people through after-school programs and cultural development. So the third sector, Mr. President, also plays a vital role in supporting our elderly, because you have associations like the Barbados Association of Retired People, the Barbados Alzheimer's Association. So, Mr. President, I strongly support the provision in these estimates for the development of a legal and regulatory framework for the third sector. For too long, these organizations have operated within the institutional scaffolding that they deserve, without clear governance standards, without consistent accountability mechanisms, and without a framework that protects them while empowering them to grow. So, under the estimates, the third sector spoke to this legislation, and they are anticipating that this legislation will allow them to partner in a more serious way with government. Mr. President, I'm about to close. I'm conscious that my maiden contribution has taken some time. And I trust that this chamber will indulge me in these final remarks. I began today by sharing my journey as a trade unionist and as an attorney. And I carry both of these identities into this chamber. And it is through those lenses that I examined these estimates. Through the lens of the trade unionist, I see a budget that takes workers seriously. Mr. President, I posit that the question before us is not whether we can afford to fund the Ministry of Labor. The question is whether we can afford not to. A labor department that cannot inspect workplaces efficiently is not a labor department. A Job Start Plus program that cannot secure placements is not fulfilling its covenants with our youth. So once again, we call on persons to understand that government cannot do it all, but that there needs to be partnership with the private sector, the third sector. These estimates give this ministry the vehicle that it needs, and Mr. President, I commend them wholeheartedly to this chambers. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Benjamin. Senator Reverend Canon Dr. John Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for recognizing me and for affording me the opportunity to speak on the Appropriations Bill 2026. I've always considered it a privilege to be standing in this place and to be able to speak on behalf of the people of this nation, like Senator King, who mentioned earlier, and I believe that Senator Jonathan Reed did earlier as well. Though not born here, this is my home, and this is the country that contributed most greatly to my development. And so, as I've said several times before, I will die on the hill for Barbados. I want to, first of all, commend the young minds that are around the table, and not so young ones, the new senators, who have all represented themselves very well thus far. I have been really intrigued listening to the contributions and the quality of contributions that you've given. And it really attests to the quality of education that we offer in this country and the type of citizens we produce. I want to encourage you to continue to take this role very seriously, cognizant that there are 21 of us in here, but there are thousands out there who do have the qualifications and probably are more qualified than some of us to be in this place. So let us take this opportunity that we've been given very seriously. Let us take it seriously as well because of the nature of this place. The Parliament of Barbados is the third oldest parliament in the Commonwealth. It's also the third oldest parliament in the Americas. We have a long tradition. As Senator Cummins began, she said, coherence. There's a continuum, and we are part of that continuum. Or as Mighty Chalkless would say, we in town long. It therefore places us in a special place and special position with a wealth of experience for centuries of its existence to speak to some of the issues, even internationally, to offer guidance to regimes which are much younger than ours in this world. But the greatness of Barbados did not begin recently. From way back in the 17th century, according to Dr. Carl Watson in his work, Slavery and Economy in 2011, he said that somebody opined in the 17th century that Barbados is the richest spot of ground in the world. It is the richest spot of ground in the world from the 17th century. So you are really representing the richest spot of ground in the world. I still believe it is. We gather with the experience of our past, an undulating past of fortunes and perspectives. And we know only too well there have been peaks and troughs. This parliament has been in existence since 1639, and therefore the infamous slave code would have been introduced by this parliament. But yet this is the parliament that in 1966 led us to raise our own flag and declare our sovereignty as a people. This is the parliament that in 2021, just 5 years ago, moved us to the world's newest republic. And so a lot has changed over time, but our greatness continues. I've highlighted this to say that I'm deeply humbled by the opportunity, as I said, to speak on behalf of the people of this nation. And I wish to do so in this particular debate against the backdrop of a theme, seeking stability in a world of flux. Seeking stability in the world of flux. And it really points to, who is this appropriations bill really for? It's always been my opinion that the appropriations bill is more than just a set of numbers. And like many around the table who have confessed today, I'm not a numbers person. It's not my area. And while it speaks to a government's intent on the management of the economy and the people whom it is called to lead, but the appropriation bill also leads to insight the nature of that people whose needs and concerns it addresses. It is my intent in the course of this brief presentation, very brief, to collide with the numbers, hopefully in more than a cursory way, and not simply just to fulfill the obligations of speaking to the appropriations bill and colliding with the numbers. And the first head I wish to look at is that of education, and under the three heads that basically come under the topic of education. That's educational transformation, head 96, technological vocation, head 63, and innovation, science, and technology, head 31. When you combine those three areas, sir, Barbados has invested this year just about $1 billion in the development of our people. Just about $1 billion. And because of that, we continue to be the envy of many nations in the world. I was hoping that the little ones from Brooklyn would have stayed a little longer. Because if you mention something like this in other parts, it's called it's called welfare. But we have made the determination that we will make sure, as Senator Honourable pointed out, that there is equity and equality in our system. That we will provide a level playing field for all people, where the child of the laborer and the child of the doctor can sit in the same classroom and learn at the same level and excel. And so 100 billion is no small amount to put, 1 billion, is no small amount. We're getting there, you know. In time, Senator Reid said, what do you call it, ambition? Ambition, yes. $1 billion is no small amount to put into the development of your people. But, as you know, sir, with these things come responsibility. Behind these numbers, I believe that we can prove to be transformational in our development as a people. And I wish to especially point out the work of the Ministry of Education and Transformation in particular, because I happen to be involved in it in a small way. I happen to chair one of the boards of the schools here in Barbados, the Frederick Smith Secondary School. And I just want to give a shout out, if you may, to the teachers and the principal, especially the children, the young Falcons who will be going to the stadium this week to give of their best and to put some of the other schools in the dust, as they say. So young Falcons, I wish you all the best. But I've seen firsthand the yeoman efforts of staff, teaching and ancillary. I've seen the commitment of the Ministry of Educational Transformation in the development of our children. And I wish to commend some of the policies that are already in place and some that have been proposed. First of all, when it first came up, I know that people were a bit concerned about the nutritional policy. But that is essential in our schools, because many of our children do not get a balanced diet. Let us be realistic about that. And even when they have money to bring to school, they spend it on things that can be more detrimental to their health than anything else. And so perhaps that is where the breakfast program that is being proposed can become instrumental in starting to develop that greater understanding of a healthy lifestyle in these young children. Some who do not have breakfast in the morning, some for whom that is not a norm, but it will give us the opportunity not only to give them something, but to give them something that is nutritional on that early time of morning. So I wish to commend the Ministry of Educational Transformation for that initiative. But it also eased the pressure on parents, sir. I don't know how many in here are parents of young children, but trying to find breakfast every morning and what you're going to prepare for this child to get this child to eat this thing is a very difficult thing. And purchasing things for breakfast is not an easy task for parents who do not have the wherewithal. And so I believe that this is a very good proposal, and I look forward to it coming into fruition. I also wish to commend the proposed change to the common entrance examinations of the continual assessment. Not every child is an exams person. There's some of us that can cram the night before, go in and do a great job and come back out after. You can't tell anybody anything about the subject. I know some people like that. But I think the continual assessment will be good for our young ones, especially those who take time to develop. It gives them an opportunity to spread out the subject areas over a period of time and develop at their pace. And so I believe that that is a good initiative, and I look forward to seeing how that will play out in time to come as well. What has also been taking place in the Ministry of Educational Transformation is the infrastructural upgrade of our schools. Many of our school plans are decades old, and I had the experience last year at Frederick Smith when we had a bit of a problem with Spalding, and we decided, well, we were going to fix this because it was a part of the Ministry of Educational Transformational Infrastructural Program. The contractor came in, and as soon as he started touching, everything started falling off. And so we had a little delay in the opening of the school. But thank goodness we've been able to rectify that now. But not only is it about the remedial work of getting the schools back up to scratch, but also the transformation of the internal structure of the school to meet the 21st century needs in how we deliver education for our children. And so that is coming on screen in several schools. I look forward to seeing when it is completed in all the schools. There's also a beautification program as well, alongside the infrastructural development. There's a beautification program to make the properties more aesthetically pleasing for the children. In the time when we are stressing so heavily on mental health, the environment can help to shape how we see ourselves and how we see the world around us. And the whole idea of this beautification program is to provide a more calming environment for our children when they come to school, because the reality is that some of our children, unfortunately, come from places where there's constant noise, where there's this constant confusion. And perhaps if we can, for a little while, just provide a little haven for them, where they can have some peace of mind, I believe that that will go a long way to shaping who they are and what they'll eventually become. So I wish to commend the Ministry of Education and Educational Transformation in particular for those initiatives. Senator Reid would have spoken about what is happening in his ministry, and I wish to commend him for the initiatives as well. However, I wish to say, sir, these measures, though noble, would not achieve the intended goals if the people for whom they have been proposed do not value them. If when we paint the schools and we paint the classrooms, the children are still writing them up with graffiti and everything, we're getting nowhere. In essence, there's a level of responsibility on the part of the people to ensure that every opportunity is taken advantage of. I believe there needs to be a program, some educational program, community educational program, that seeks to educate Barbadian children and their parents about what is really contributed towards the education in this country. I've spoken of my own experience in this regard because as one coming in from outside, I know what you have. But many of the children who grew up here, I don't think they understand what they have in terms of the education system here in this country. In 2017, the education system of Barbados was rated by the World Economic Forum as 9th in the world. And the type of provisions that are made for our children are unheard of in some places. Where do you spend $100 and get all the textbooks and all these things that you want? And exercise books that you can go and exchange when it's written out? Who provides, as we're going to do, for breakfast and lunch and all those things? This is a nation that invests heavily in its children. And in investing in its children, it also gives a break to their parents, because they do not have to look for some of the things that are provided by the state. But there is a responsibility. What Barbados provides in terms of education, as I said, creates a level playing field for our children to discover their abilities, to pursue their goals. But as we have seen over time, there are some gaps. And those gaps have come because people have not recognized the value of what they had. And so children spend 5 years in school and then realize in the last term of 5th form that, oh, I really need to do some work. And by then it's too late, and then they have to find some other institution to go to, and then the government ends up providing more. I believe that this is the opportunity to deal with some of the issues that Senator Malalu spoke about. I believe it is a good place to deal with the issue that Senator Sinclair encountered. If we're going to provide opportunities for tertiary education for our children, for our young people, perhaps it needs to be provided along the lines of the needs of the country. We need to assess what is needed in the country, and this is what we can offer you. You're not going to study any history just because history is available. You're going to study if you want, the scholarship that the government is offering. Because it's really a scholarship. This government offers scholarships to all its people. And if you're going to utilize this scholarship, it will be in these areas that we have provided here, because these are the needs of the country at this point in time, or the needs of the country as we perceive in the next 10 years. I believe that that's where we need to go, given that, cognizant, however, that technical vocational education is really one of the areas that we need to encourage people to pursue, because from the time you start a degree, it becomes obsolete by the time you're finished. Whereas technical vocational education drives you into on-the-ground training as you pursue the course. So in education, sir, I wish for parents and children to understand the value of what is being provided them in this country. And in as much as the government may put these plans in place, they will mean nothing if we do not value them, if we do not make the best of the opportunities that we have. I also wish to look under the head of health and wellness, which just under 500 million has been proposed. And this is section 80, head 86. One of the realities with which we must come to grips, sir, is that healthcare is expensive. I believe that Senator Connell said that earlier. We cannot realistically pay our healthcare providers, even though they're seeking to produce the highest quality of healthcare for our population. We just cannot afford to pay them. And I wish to commend those healthcare providers who work day in and day out, long hours, knowing what their peers are making elsewhere, but still turning up and giving of their best for our people and our health. But what that means is that there must be responsibility borne by the stakeholders. Senator Connell called for a greater level of professionalism amongst his fraternity and the people in the medical field. And I believe that one of the things that we have to be very cautious about are the rumblings that you hear from time to time which suggest that somehow materials from the government institution end up in private practice. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. I've heard. But if there's that perception out there, there must be some adjustment to our way of operating. But more so at the level of the populace, Barbados has a crisis of non-communicable diseases. In 2019, as I would have mentioned some time before, the Global Wellness Index, which takes information from the World Health Organization and other areas to compile its work, suggested that Barbados was rated among the 10 most unhealthy countries in the world. Barbados, among the 10 most unhealthy countries in the world. What that means is, as I said last year, we're putting money into a bag with holes. Because we're pouring money into our healthcare system, but somehow the people for whom it is being done do not seem to realize that this is a sacrifice being made, and we should play our part to ensure that that burden is not so heavy on the government. According to the World Health Organization, in 2021 through to 2023, over 75% of deaths in Barbados have been attributed to non-communicable diseases. 75% of deaths. One commentator referred to this as Barbados' quiet catastrophe. How does this affect the economy? Apart from treatment, the major loss comes by way of decline in efficiency and productivity. The estimated cost to Barbados from non-communicable diseases is approximately US $75 million. This particularly affects micro, small, and medium enterprises, which represent over 90% of formal businesses and 60% of the workforce. It means, therefore, that we, the populace, have a responsibility. The government can produce all these wonderful documents and attribute all this money to healthcare, but how are we helping ourselves? How are we easing the burden on the healthcare system? How are we working to ensure that the A&E isn't overwhelmed? How are we working to ensure that we do not have to pay all this exorbitant sums of money bringing in pharmaceuticals just to care for us when this is something we can fix? This is not something that we have to rely on others to fix. We can fix this ourselves. And so I believe as a people, we have to really pay close attention to our wellness. And I'm speaking to myself as well. I have a bike home, sir. It's a good clothes rack. It's a good. I'll get back out, sir. I'll get back out. But this segues into agriculture, because if we're going to talk about wellness, we also have to talk about eating well. I always thought that COVID was a good opportunity for us to recalibrate and reset the button where our import bill was concerned. It was a good excuse not to bring in things. It was a good way to get people to focus on what is actually grown here. And I hope that part of the government's nutritional policy will go into what the school meals department serves as well, in terms of some good yam and potato and dasheen and edo and cassava and all those things to the young ones. Like the QEH cafeteria that serves nice fish cakes. Sorry. I'm taking that from, unlike QEH, I took that from Senator Connell, sir. But I believe we have to encourage our people to eat more healthy and perhaps even grow things. I believe it was the former Prime Minister, late Owen Arthur, who had encouraged Barbadians to start a backyard garden long time ago. Of course, the real owners will come for them, the monkeys that we have around the place, but I came up with an idea, sir. I probably will patent it at some point in time.
Exactly. I want to hear. You can keep a secret.
I'm sure the populace can keep a secret. No. But I believe that I tried a little something home during COVID where I built a little 4x6 wire cage and made some beds in it and so on, and was able to grow some good cucumbers and melons and beets and all those kinds of things in just a little 4x6 space. I think it's possible because you can grow those vines upward. And so every little backyard, and the monkeys can't get in, even though one tried to push his hand into the wire, but they don't get into that, and you've managed to do a little something to supplement the house, and I believe that that's what... Yeah, I'll do that quickly. In addition to this, sir, in the area of health and wellness, I do not think that it is any secret that we have a problem with gun violence in Barbados. And that is a broad issue. It's a broad issue because if my former colleague, Senator Dr. Maynard, was here, he would remind me guns do not shoot themselves. And so it's not the gun that is so much the problem, but somehow the mindset of the people who get them in their hands. We had a mass shooting yesterday. I understand that 7 people were shot the day before. Yeah, well, we had one yesterday too. The report on gun crime in the Caribbean gives some rather alarming statistics for Barbados. The document I'll quote from, sir, is Pathway to Policy, Firearms Trafficking and Public Health in the Caribbean. It's a joint report by the Caribbean Community Implementation Agency for Crime Security, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, the George Allen Chronic Disease Research Center at the UWI, and the Small Arms Survey. The report suggested that in 2024, Barbados spent $228,000 US treating 100 gunshot victims. That's $500,000. 100 gunshot victims. But that was not the problem. The $500,000 was not the problem. The loss of productivity as a result of that was $19 million in just 2024, up from $12 million in 2019. What that says, sir, is that we have a broad problem in terms of health and wellness where crime is concerned, because it not only affects the one person who is shot, but it affects the community, and by and large it affects the society. We therefore as a people have a responsibility for the peace of our community. I believe that Senator Benjamin hit the nail on the head when she reminded us of the type of community that we used to be, where Sunday school was not optional, and even though parents didn't go, they made sure you got some church. Even if it was at different places in the same day, you had to go. I don't know if we can bring that back now, because the census of 2010 said that 22% of our population said they had no religion. That was 2010. It's now 2026. That could be close to 50% by now. They have no religion. It's like Voltaire said, God made man in his image, and ever since then man has been trying to return the favor. So everybody creates their own religion for themselves. Nobody wants to follow a set of rules. Everybody creates their own rules, and they'll tell you, I'm spiritual. Whatever that means. But in addition to that, sir, we also have a pandemic of drug use in our community. Let's be real. I've said this over and over and over. I don't think we can stop it now. Somebody spoke this morning about the nature of what the block used to be like, where the older fellas would send home the youngsters. It was you, Senator Ford. Those days are done. The youngsters chasing the older fellas. Chasing them off the block. And they have no respect for any institutions. They have no respect for elders. Their laws unto themselves. But Socrates did say something like that about the youth of Athens way back in 400 BC. So it's just the nature of young people. But I believe we need to do something to address the problem of drug use in our society. At least drug use in public spaces. I don't know if we can stop people now from doing what they do in their backyards or whatever they do, but I believe there need to be strict rules about smoking in public places. And the irony of it, sir, is that California, one of the leaders in the legalization of marijuana. As I've said before, California has a place called the Emerald Triangle, which is about 52 times the size of Barbados. And all they plant there is marijuana. But when you study the laws of California, you can't go in any public park and anything about you smoking. You do that at home. If you have it in your car, it has to be covered down. A car passed me the other day, sir, and I don't know what the fellow was doing in there. all they smell was herb. So these guys are driving under the influence, because that's what it is, you know.
Yep.
They're driving under the influence, impaired. And so I believe that, look, the guys have already made up in their minds that you said 14 grams. I could have less than 14 grams, and if I have 14 grams for breakfast, 14 grams for lunch, 14 grams in between, and so on, is all right.
Don't forget afternoon tea.
Afternoon tea and snack.
Yeah.
But the reality is that you do that in your yard. Do that in your private space. And I think we need to be, Santa Malu spoke about discipline. There needs to be some discipline where these matters are concerned in our society. The horse has already bolted. I saw the National Council on Substance Abuse commenting on the problem only this week. I spoke several times about what are the THC levels on the ground in this country. Nobody knows. And these are serious matters. So I hope that we can deal with that as a matter of urgency. Because I believe it contributes. We may not be seeing it now, but I believe it contributes to part of the burden on our health system as well. Accidents in the workplace, productivity, decline in productivity on the workplace, because everybody needs a smoke break every 20 minutes and 15 minutes. I did. But these are serious matters for us, so I really hope that we can deal with this. And the reality is that a lot of the opportunities that can be available to our youngsters are lost as a result of this. Because the very sports that Senator Ford spoke about, man, the boys go and you test them now, you can't get anywhere. You're going nowhere. It's best. So these are lost opportunities, and we're investing so much in these young people we cannot afford. We cannot afford now to drop the ball on them. As a church, if I may, sir, as the canon missioner of the Anglican Church, one of the things that we've been focusing on during this Lenten season is the theme, "Suffer the little children to come unto me," which is a reminder to us of the value of children amongst us and how Jesus saw them and how we should value the children in our community and protect them from the things that can destroy them. And so I believe that it fits in very well to some of the discussion that has been around the table today, because too many of our children, as one primary school teacher told me, we are raising free-range children. Up and down the place, nobody don't care. So we have to be very careful in terms of the amount of money that we're putting into them, that for parents and those in charge to recognize that there's an equal responsibility on their part to ensure that we use the resources in a much more meaningful way. The numbers therefore presented here thus require government to exercise fiscal prudence. We've spoken about that. We've spoken about the different areas. I think Hope Project and all those things would have been mentioned. The Carifesta bit I'm not too worried about, because when I look at the 4 million, when I did some research, I realized that in order to host Carifesta, a state must be able to show that they can at least produce 4 million US. So I guess somebody dropped the 4 million in there. So, not accusing anyone, just saying. It would be 8 million Barbados, but somebody dropped the 4 million in there with the hope that later on we'll look at it. So, and as has been pointed out before, there isn't much difference between the spend in Carifesta across the region over time. It will cost that amount of money. But equally, it requires of the populace to be responsible so as to ensure that we maximize the little that we have. And I say the little because, as has been pointed out, when people come to Barbados, they see a standard of living that will give the impression that, you know, but the reality is that Barbados is, population-wise, the size of a mid-sized city in the US. That's what we are. You know, and it is therefore imperative that we make the best possible use of what we have. We cannot afford to be squandering the little that we have, and I say squandering in the sense of government not exercising the fiscal prudence necessary, but the populace not valuing what is being provided for them. And I say this especially in a world of flux. Barbados must now build resilience within the maintaining of this continuum that we have. The world that we're living in now is probably the most confused world, with the exception of COVID, the COVID period. We have a geopolitical climate that changes at the whims and fancies of one group of people. And Barbados must be conscious that we have to live in this world, and we have to position ourselves to live in this world. We are not going to be resilient if our young boys and girls are caught up with material things and drugs and all the other things. We're not going to be resilient. We're not going to be resilient if we're not maximizing the education that is provided for us. And as we look at the geopolitical system, let us understand, as one scholar has pointed out in an article, I believe it was Professor Justin Robinson, the principal of the Five Islands campus, wrote an article, "No one will come to save us." And we have to understand what that means. No one will come to save us. We have seen in our region extrajudicial killings on our waters, and the world has been quiet. People are laughing and saying, nobody's going fishing anymore. But it's our fishermen here who are anxious and cannot go out and make a living. That's part of the world we're living in. And it doesn't mean that we have to remain quiet about it, because remaining quiet doesn't help. It will not make a difference. I went to a school where my PE teacher, the great MacDonald Fingal. See, let me tell you all a bit about MacDonald Fingal. He just celebrated a birthday. I learned more from MacDonald Fingal than any other teacher at Lodge, and there were some great teachers there. But MacDonald Fingal taught us about life. PE class was not just going out and running behind a ball or running. You had a lecture for a half an hour before. We told you what was happening in town, what going on down in Nelson Street, politics, everything. So we had a firm grounding. And one of the things he had in his room was a little poster, a little sign. I'd rather be a lion for a day than a lamb for 100 years. I'd rather be a lion for a day than a lamb for 100 years. I've said that to say that remaining quiet in the midst of the current geopolitical crisis will not necessarily help us. We have to be vocal. And I have here a little passage of scripture, because I know that Senator Ford said stick within your little area. I used to have it in my area. And the passage I have is from 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 1. It's really a message to the world and the leaders of the world. How long will you grieve over Saul? How long will you grieve over Saul? And the context of that, sir, is that during his reign, Saul seemed to have developed some mental issues. And he wanted to kill David and so on. And we're told that the Spirit of the Lord left Saul and an evil spirit from God entered him. And Samuel was there wondering how I can help Saul. And God asked him, how long will you grieve over Saul? The leaders of the world must answer the question, how long will we grieve over Saul? And those who have ears to hear will hear. We've seen in our own region the obsession with energy and the energy grab. And again, the world remained quiet. As battleships amassed in our region, people were being killed every day. The leader of Venezuela was removed. Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana were specially invited to meetings. We should not lose sight of what all this means, sir. We should not lose sight of what happened a few years ago. As soon as Guyana started discovering oil, all of a sudden the world became very interested in Guyana's election. And do not be surprised at who took over the leadership of Guyana and who is leading Trinidad. You see, the region has a history. It has a soft underbelly. And that underbelly was created by the Europeans, so they know it only too well. They know exactly where to go. They know exactly whose ears to whisper in. They know who feels that they're better than others. I'll say a bit about those two nations later on. As we gather here discussing this appropriations bill, there's a war raging in our world that nobody can tell why it's waging. Not even those who started it. On one end, one person said it's an excursion. And we know what an excursion is in Barbados. The same person said it was for fun. The same person said it was to stop the development of nuclear weapons, which the same person said he obliterated a few months ago, clearly not knowing the meaning of the word obliterated. And then his proxy, well, I don't know which one is the proxy, but I just say sidekick or whatever, said, we are fighting this war to usher in the return of the Messiah. Now, a Jew cannot usher in the return of a Messiah that they have not accepted as come. So we know it's nonsense. And then there's a saying, sir, that a fool exposes his own lies. That same person went on to quote a passage that said, Jesus has nothing over Genghis Khan. And there's a time when you have to have evil to overcome good. So they've told us where they stand in what is taking place in our world. And I want to caution us in this region. I want to speak directly, if you'll permit me, sir, to the people of Barbados and all who are listening. The current regime in our northern neighbor has totally embraced fascism. Fascists do not negotiate with anyone. So do not feel that remaining quiet will help you. I would have pointed out before all the signs to look for, because Senator Ford, along with being a theologian, I'm also I also did some work in political psychology, so that's part of my area as well. I would have pointed out before, sir, that you can tell the markers of these regimes. It is called siege mentality. It first begins with othering, where the other is not to be mixed with. And we saw that taking place. It then continues to seek to create a homogeneous society. That homogeneity can come ethnically, or it can come through ideology. And I'm saying this because I know that there are some Christians out there within the sound of my voice who are supporting some of what is taking place out there. And I just want you to understand what you're supporting. After you seek to create this homogeneous society, there then has to be surveillance. And part of this surveillance is to make sure that nobody is going out of line. In Nazi Germany, Hitler had the brown shirts, who were the rough movement who would go and pull people over. Things are getting a bit icy up north. So there are those things that you have. And then one of the last traits of such movements is because they're chauvinistic and believe that they are special, is expansionism. That they believe that they can take over your property. Hitler did it with the false flag incident, where he said on the border of Germany, he got some men from the mental institution, took over a radio station on the border of Germany, dressed the men in Polish uniforms, and had them shout anti-German slogans, and said that Poland had declared war against Germany. And that's how the war started. Well, the guys are still trying to figure out what the one up there is about. But that's what happens, expansionism. But I want to tell us, here in Barbados and throughout the region, we just had our heads of government conference. On the first day of our conference, we had a visitor. An emissary who probably came to make sure that we towed the line. Caribbean leaders, there's no negotiation with fascists. They do not see you how you see yourselves. And ultimately, what will happen if this movement is not stopped, and it's gone very far now, it'll be very difficult to stop it, is that the little gains that Ghana has had in the past few years will be lost. Because we've now entered a world where the rules-based system is gone and might is right. But we should never cower. When they have finally surrendered in Iran, and not Iran surrendering, but the ones who are losing, when they finally run, they will come back down to the region to exercise and flex their muscles with those who they think they can overpower. Cuba seems to be in the crosshairs.
Yeah.
We've already seen, I don't know if there's any link, Cuban doctors being sent home from some parts of the region. I don't know if there's any link or any pressure. But Cuba seems to be in the crosshairs. And do not think that we are spared because it's Cuba. It's Cuba today, it's someone else tomorrow. Always remember the words of Martin Niemöller. Martin Niemöller was a great supporter of the Nazi Party, head of the German Reformed Church. until Hitler wanted to take over his church. And when he opposed Hitler, he was put into a concentration camp. When he got out of the camp, he toured the United States, and it is said that in Boston, someone asked him, "What happened?" He said, "When they came for the communists, I didn't speak up because I wasn't communist. When they came for the socialists, I didn't speak up because I wasn't socialist. When they came for the trade unionists, I didn't speak up because I was not a trade unionist. When they came for the Jews, I did not speak up because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me. And by then, there was no one left to speak up." I implore us as Barbadians, as we embrace this appropriations bill, I wish to commend the government for the proposals that have been made. But I want to implore the populace to value what has been given to us, especially in the form of education and health and wellness. Let us remember our journey as a people, collectively, especially these young boys. Somewhere somebody didn't tell the story clearly because they do not understand who they are. They do not understand that they are the product of a people who were never meant to be. And it is only through the grace of God that they're here. And we cannot squander that opportunity. We cannot destroy ourselves. There are more than enough people out there waiting to destroy us. We have to work together as a community. Continue to build this continuum so that future generations may have something to stand on. Recognizing, as that 17th century person said, we are still on the richest spot of ground in the world. And just as it was able to produce to fill the coffers of great nations in Europe, we can now use it to produce for ourselves, so that we can grow into the great nation that we've been destined to be, and that successive governments may continue to provide the types of policies that will help this nation grow from strength to strength. With those words, I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Cannon, Dr. Rogers. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that we suspend sitting until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Before I put the question, Senator Cummings, I have some other business I want to do. Can we revert to reports from select committees?
Mr. President, reports from select committees recommitted.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Senators, have a report from the Committee of Selection of the Honourable Senate, which I will read for you. Remember, the duty of the Committee of Selection is to recommend to the entire body the nominations for members to serve on the various committees of the Senate, as well as the joint select committees. The Committee of Selection is chaired by myself, as all the other committees are. The Leader of Government Business in the House, the Honourable Mr. Cummings, the Most Honourable Senator Most Honourable Jerome Walcott, is a member as well, Senator Reverend Cannon Dr. Rogers, and Senator Ryan Walters. And the job of the Committee of Selection is to liaise with colleagues on all already run the table and recommend positions. That process having been done, the report is laid before the full body of the Senate, and an invitation is made for the adoption of the report. If that report is adopted, then those members become the members of the committee. That Committee of Selection, appointed on February 20th, 2026, at the first sitting of the first session of our Parliament, 2026 to 2031, met on the 23rd of March, 2026. Present were myself, His Honour Senator the Most Honourable Reginald Farley, Senator the Honourable Lisa Cummins, Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers, and Senator Ryan Walters. Excuse of absence was offered on behalf of Senator the Most Honourable Mr. Jerome Walcott. The meeting was serviced by our two deputy clerks, Sir Nigel Jones, OBE, KC, and Ms. Beverly Givens, JP. The committee met to consider the nominations for membership of the committees of the Senate and the Joint Select Standing Committees of Parliament. The committee considered and made the following nominations for appointments to the committees as follows. Select committees, first of all, the Standing Committee, and the committee of selections recommending membership as follows. Senator the Honourable Lisa Cummins, Senator the Honourable Christopher Sinclair, Senator Karina Goodrich, Senator Andrew Madalou. The House Committee, Standing Orders Committee, yes. I should make mention of the fact that for all of these committees, I'm required to chair. So that's ex officio. So just read me into all of those. The House Committee, Her Honour Senator the Most Honourable Elizabeth Thompson, Senator Jean Oldell, Senator Ryan Walters, Senator Ryan Ford. Committee of Privileges, Senator the Most Honourable Jerome Walcott, Senator John King, Senator Karina Goodrich, Senator Dr. Kenneth Connell. The Regulations Committee, Her Honour Senator the Most Honourable Henrietta Elizabeth Thompson, Senator Roshana Trim, Senator Ryan Walters, Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers. And then the Joint Select Committees. These are committees of the House of Assembly and the Senate. The Library Committee, our representatives to serve with the members of the House in that committee will be, and I don't share these, Senator John King, Senator the Honourable Shane Archer, Senator Ryan Walters, Senator Karina Goodrich, Senator Mary Redmond, Senator Dr. Connell. Committee of Public Accounts, Senator the Honourable Lisa Cummins, Senator the Most Honourable Jerome Walcott, Senator Senator Ramon Aline, Senator Ryan Walters, Senator Karina Goodrich, and Senator Andrew Niles. The Joint Select Committee on Governance and Policy Matters, our Senate representatives to that joint committee will be Senator Ramon Aline, Senator Kamisha Benjamin, Senator Karina Goodrich, Senator Jamal Slocum. The Committee on Economic and Productive Sectors, Joint Select Committee again, Senator the Honourable Jonathan Reed, Senator the Honourable Christopher Sinclair, Senator Ryan Walters, Senator Andrew Madalou. The Committee on Social Sector and the Environment, Senator Roshana Trim, Senator Janelle Oldell, Senator Karina Goodrich, and Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers. So the committee's election hereby submits its report to the Honourable the Senate, and I beg to move that this report, unless there are any objections, be adopted by the Honourable the Senate. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The report, since the ayes have it, the report is adopted, and therefore the committees are fully populated as of today's date. I know in the case of the Joint Select Committees that there are several matters which have come before the House which are to be referred. Several of them were from the previous session. As you know, when a session comes to an end, all business ceases. But there were a number of bills which either were in the consultation phase or about to be, and there's an urgent interest in having those matters resumed The joint select committees are an especially good mechanism for consultation with the public, and it is therefore of importance that these committees be populated. So thank you very much for your support of this report from the committee of selection, and thank you for approving it. So the question is that this sitting be suspended until tomorrow, Wednesday, March 25th at 10 o'clock a.m. promptly. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. I want to thank you for an engaging day. Many serious points were made, woven in with some humour to keep us alive and to ensure we consume the right amount of oxygen. And at the end of the day, a rich discussion on this matter of great national importance. So this sitting is accordingly suspended until 10 o'clock tomorrow, which is Wednesday, March the 25th, 2026.